Acho que é 115.
Tem dois microfones ligados ao mesmo tempo, por isso talvez seja captando bastante algum outro microfone.
Acho que tem que fechar ali.
O problema do computador é que às vezes você fecha o microfone e continua dando feedback ao mesmo tempo.
Não, mas fechou aqui.
Isso. Pode testar.
Tudo bem, gente? Alô, 1, 2, 3, teste, som. Podemos? Well, I have to switch to English, right? So, welcome everybody. I would like to give the kickstart of the event called Extreme Right, Populism, and the Crisis of Present-Day Democracy. That we're going to have this afternoon, starting now up to 5 o'clock, a little bit later, maybe. And this event is organized by INCT, Instituto Nacional de Tecnologia, Democracia e Democratização da Comunicação. Sorry for the names in Portuguese. It's too cumbersome to translate all of that. O IESP-UERJ, dentro dele o LEMEC, que é o Laboratório de Estudos da Mídia da Esfera Pública, que eu coordeno, com apoio também do IRI, da PUC e da PUC em si, tá? Então nós temos todas essas instituições. All these institutions are supporting this event. I would like to welcome every one of you who came here this rainy, horrible day to watch the presentations, to discuss with us these important matters concerning contemporary politics. And I would like to invite Olavo Brasil, who's coordinator of the INCT, to give an introduction to the two panels that will happen right after his introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, João, very much. Welcome, everyone. So it's a pleasure to have you all with us. I will start just locating this project or this panel within the general framework of the INCT Instituto da Democracia e da Democratização da Comunicação. The Institute, as you know, is the largest grant in Brazil. There are in the area of social science. So it's our project is an association of 4 institutes: UFMG, IESP, Campinas, Universidade de Campinas, and UNB. The main aim of our project is called the A Cara da Democracia, the face of democracy, and the face of democracy is an annual survey on the democratic habits of the Brazilian population. This week we are wrapping up the 6th edition of the survey, and we found in these surveys that we have been carrying out since 2018 very important data were found by us. One, the willingness of the Brazilians to break with democracy in case of a lot of corruption. This is a data that we found out at the beginning, before the electoral process of 2008. Unfortunately, we were right, and the survey showed to Brazilians that Bolsonaro could win the election. One, we also found out in the surveys during the willingness of Brazilians to adopt conspiracy visions about COVID, the Chinese government, the left conspiration to take world power against, among other things. And we also found last year the willingness of Brazilians to mobilize against corruption, but not for democracy. And we've seen also the follow-up of this vision during the unfortunate events of January 8th. It's also important to say that we are not following just Brazil, but we are also following in Argentina. We followed twice, and we are putting together a project to follow the next Argentinian democracy. So in the next few weeks, you will hear from us as we are going to put in place the Observatório da Eleição na Argentina, the Observatory of the Argentinian election. So this seminar today is important for us to open new venues and to understand the impact of populism both in Brazil, in Europe, and in South America. This small seminar was initiative of João Feres Júnior. So I thank João very much for his initiative. I also would like to thank you for the warm welcome to our project here. It's not the first time, first activity that we have been carrying out here, and ESP has been an amazing partner during all these years. So the idea here is a high-level exchange among South American and European scholars. I hope you enjoy, and I think that we have the state-of-the-art with us here today. So thank you very much. And we go immediately to our panelists.
Okay. Well, I would like to invite for the first panel, Andrea Hoffamnn, PhD. She's going to be me here, right? Cas Mudde, of the University of Georgia, and Yves Sintomer. Thank you.
Teve uma pessoa que reclamou, fizeram uma hora.
Você está com ele? Yes. Well, first of all,
So, I think just for, in terms of the public, I think we'll have then the two presentations and we'll have time to open up for discussions later. And, sorry, so I think we immediately start with the presentation of Professor Yves Sintomer. Thank you.
So, first of all, I would like to thank the conveners and the organizers of this conference. It's great to be here, and I'm very happy to be again in Brazil after a couple of years during which it was not possible to visit the country and during which the situation in Brazil was not very exciting. Brazil in my heart. And here in the working class, with the elite, and again, in the upper scale, you don't vote for the populist right. It's a bit the same in the Polish case. In blue, the populist far right, in green, the liberal one, and here, the gross domestic product. Clearly, it's also in places where the economy is not as developed that the populist right is strong. Nevertheless, in Poland, the economy is not depressed altogether. It's the opposite. Poland has now an important growth economically. So the phenomenon is quite different from the Rust Belt in France. And in Poland, you have the most important share of people who are with the EU. They much more than in France right now. And Poland is also specific because you have a phantom border. Those who vote for the far right are those who live in places which were not part of the German Empire before World War II. Here is the old border of Germany before World War II. Here are those who vote for the far right, and here are those who vote for the liberal. It's a specific. Something similar can be said in Germany. In blue are those who vote for the AfD, Alternative for Germany. And the economy, the more light the table is, the less the economy is developed. But again, it is also, here you can clearly see the border of the former Eastern Germany. So there is a strong cultural and economic history which explains the point. Italy is an exception, at least partly, because in Italy it's more like Brazil. The populist right is stronger in the part of Italy which is the most developed economically. You can see it in blue, the regions which are most developed. And if you look at the education, this is those who have a master degree. The most important share is Fratelli d'Italia, Meloni's party. And education is not that a dividing criteria in Italy concerning the vote. You have people voting for nearly all the parties according to the share in the vote, with an exception with the Green Party. It's not completely true because in the municipal elections, the left wing in red won the election, but in the legislative elections, Milan was also voting a slight majority for the populist right. So in Italy, it's not the working class constituency which is the most important for the populist right. So with this, we can make an empirical typology. We have 2 poles on the social background. You have some right-wing populists who mostly have a working class constituency, and you have right-wing populists who have a mixed constituency with a strong share within the elite. On the values, you also have 2 poles. On the one hand, you have a more modern right-wing populism, especially on the gender issue, and you have a Catholic far right, very traditional, which is quite conservative on gender issues, which is more like the populist far right here. But I would claim that it is less typically populist and more similar to the traditional right in Europe. And you have also different geopolitical strategy. If you put the 2 poles the first two put together, you can have, if you have a social constituency with predominantly lower class and a partly modern attitude to gender, you find the far right, the populist right in the Netherlands. The founder of this party was a gay. The French Rassemblement National, Marine Le Pen has a lot of gay in her team. And you have the Hungarian Fidesz, partly modern on gender, but with a mixed constituency. Alt-right party in the Flemish part of Belgium, which used to be here and is going in this direction in the last couple of years. Social constituency with working class, but traditional values and a strong critique of woke culture. You have the Polish Conservative Party and conservative on the social issue, on the value issue, and with a mixed social constituency. You have the three populist party of Italy. You have the German Populist Party, the Spanish Vox, which is far right, but perhaps not as populist as the others. And you have a split from the French Rassemblement National, who is much more traditional on gender issues. So now I will draw some lessons about this for analyzing populism. And in order to do this, I will rely on what the subaltern schools of studies in India has proposed. The main problem with the use of populism in order to describe what is going on in Europe, but also I think in other parts of the world, is that it puts together quite different parties. Look at this somewhat old article of the New York Times, puts together left-wing, far-right populists, which has in common just one thing, the critique of the establishment. And I think it's not enough to put everything in the same box. The problems are also conceptual. Populism is always defined negatively. Populists are those who are not part of the establishment, who criticize the establishment, who are the opposite of liberal democracy, both on the left and on the right. And in addition, it's only pejorative. The populists are described as irrational, demagogical, they don't accept pluralism, they want a direct relationship with the masses, between the masses and the leaders, against intermediary organizations. And I think it's not enough. And I think that we have to take populists, and in this case, right-wing populists, more seriously. And for this, it's interesting to learn lessons from the subaltern studies in India. They claim that Gandhi was the one who made it possible to bridge the link between the institutional National Congress Party and the masses. Why was Gandhi able to do this? Because he developed a kind of what one of the Indian scholars called the depth politics, which touches the social unconscious of the country. The socialist unconscious is some equivalent to the individual unconscious, and depth politics means that you can appeal to this social unconscious to mobilize the people. Gandhi, I quote, was the analyst as well as the plumber of the depths of the Indian mind. Gandhi was the first and the classic example of depth politics on the subcontinent. By calling up the archaic religious emotions, he steered the depths of the Indian conscience and mobilized the Indian masses to the service of a modernist cause without demanding of them that they should themselves become modernized. And this route was not available to the Marxist left, nor for that matter to Nehru, Ambedkar, or Bose. The danger that India is now facing, according to these scholars, is that now it's Modi which call up once again the archaic emotions of the Indian people, with the difference that it is not for the same objective. But they add, it's not the case that only evil can come out of a play of death politics. The rise of religious sectarianism and the fomenting of riots and violence are not the only fruits to be harvested. We can, as an alternative to this, also rely on depth politics and propose an alternative which also appeals to the social unconscious of the Indian masses. And I think this is useful to use this to reverse the gaze and look at populism in Western and Eastern Europe at the time being. Populists appeal to the masses, to the people, not to a particular class, but to what Max Weber has called the Stand, as opposed to the class, namely a group of people defined firstly through the recognition and the honor, positive or negative, that they receive from society, with material backgrounds, but the focus is not the material situation, but the recognition of the society. And they have, in Europe, at least for a lot of them, the capacity to practice a depth politics, to address the political unconscious of the people in Europe, to use the emotional dimension of politics. And in order to do this, they have to unify somehow fragmented people using rhetoric and representation through charismatic leaders. On this, I follow Laclau. They play the game of electoral politics. They don't refuse electoral politics, but they are not bound by constitutionalism. Constitutionalism can be there, but not necessarily. Is secondary to the other dimension. And I think that this is a more positive definition, sociologically speaking, of right-wing populism in Europe. We have to understand the causes of European populism. Elective governance by the mainstream parties in Europe are seen by most citizens as some kind of the government of the elite, by the elites, and for the elites. A majority of citizens do share this feeling. And populists, right-wing populists, appeal to the power of the people against the domination of the political elites, and for some of them, the economic elites. So they play on this. They also play on widespread distrust against neoliberal globalization. And they also play on dystopic imaginaries which rely on real experience. Europe is being provincialized. This is a fact. The national state in which electoral democracy has developed is in crisis, exists, but has a much more limited power compared to 3 or 4 decades ago. This is right. There is a growing fragility of the European social model at least in Western Europe. It's different in Eastern Europe. And this is also right. And there is a gender trouble, to quote a famous American philosopher. So the right-wing populism play on this, which are real experiences, and propose a depth politics, something that mainstream political parties are no more able to do. And one has to add that some right-wing populists are not able to have a coherent policy when they arrive in power, but some of them are. Poland or Hungary are developed a coherent policy. It's ugly, politically, at least from my point of view, but it's coherent. And this is also why they are re-elected. It's not only because of censorship or propaganda, but because to some extent they respond to real problems. So I think that the social unconscious is not confined to pre-modern society, that Western Europe and North America used to be at the center of the world, and in this situation they were able to provide some kind of depth politics with different ideologies, Christian Democrats and socialists or communists in Europe. They could have imaginaries which were also coherent with the policies which were done. And the imaginary of the progress was widespread. So during decades after World War II, we had a system which was compatible with depth politics, with a democratic depth politics, both from the right and from the left. This is no more true. I think this period is over. Again, with the subalterns or ordinary people who are very far from institutional politics, and politics seems reduced to small political maneuvers. And sometimes you have insurgent politics, like the Yellow Jackets in France, that most often you have either indifference or you vote for right-wing populists. And the flow is open to this very dangerous alternatives. But I don't think it's possible to just denounce populism and rely on the traditional liberal agenda. Politics is not a gentle conversation between open-minded citizens and politicians. It should appeal to the emotions, to the social unconscious. It should provide some kind of depth. And I'm pretty convinced that democracy in this century will be quite different from democracy as it stabilized during a couple of decades after World War II. And that if we want really to face the challenge of right-wing populists, we have to take this seriously. Thank you.
I think we give the floor immediately to Professor Cas Mudde. There are a lot of issues, of course, we'll be discussing both presentations together. So please.
Thank you. I'm going to go to a little bit higher level with not so much looking at why the right is very successful, although I don't think it's as successful as was just played. And my key argument that I'm going to make is that the fourth wave of populism in Latin America overlaps with the fourth wave of the far right globally. So let me first explain those two waves and then bring them together and show where they overlap and where Latin America is different. So I guess most people will know the three waves of populism in Latin America: the classic wave with Perón, the neoliberal wave there's Menem, and the radical wave of Chavez. And the argument is that left-wing populism pretty much is over, and at the moment the populism comes more from the right, but not from the neoliberal right like in the 80s, 90s, but more from a type of a nationalist right or reactionary right, however you want to call it. Now, at the same time, within Western Europe, we have distinguished between three waves of what was called post-war right-wing extremism. It was the late Klaus von Beime, a German scholar who passed away last year, who distinguished very roughly three waves. The first was 1945, 1955. It was a wave of neo-fascism, mostly looking back. Then there was the second wave of national populism, 55, 1980. The most stunning example would be Pierre Pujadt and Pujadisme in France. It was kind of a bridge between the old and the new. And then the third wave is what I've called the populist radical right, which no longer was linked to historical fascism, but both in terms of personnel and in terms of issues was a modern phenomenon. It was particularly busy with immigration. Now, while the third wave, the populist radical right, were kind of outside of the system, getting their first electoral breakthroughs, getting their foot in the door at the parliament, but still being shunned in terms of political collaboration. So in Western Europe in the 1980s and 1990s, of all the governments in that period, which were easily over 150, only one had a radical right party in it. And that was the first Berlusconi government, which had Lega Nord, which at that point in time was considered a borderline case. So I have argued that roughly in 2000 started the fourth wave of the far right. And what the fourth wave is characterized by more than anything is the mainstreaming of the radical right. The mainstreaming both of the actors and of its ideas. So in the actors, you see, for example, that today a majority of EU member states, in the majority of EU member states, the radical right has been included in either national or subnational coalitions. More importantly, basic ideas of the radical right, particularly with regard to immigration, but also some other issues, are now being also propagated by mainstream actors. And not only of the right. I mean, the best example is the Danish Social Democratic Party, which is so xenophobic that currently the radical right in the Netherlands is holding it up as an example. Right? So we live in a bizarre world where the radical right holds up a social democratic government in how to deal with immigrants because they're so xenophobic. Now, mainstreaming is an empirical process. And by and large, it simply means that the so-called mainstream, the established parties, and the radical right have similar views. Technically, there are three processes in which that can happen. So if you have the radical right here and the mainstream right here, the radical right can moderate and become like the mainstream right. Alternatively, the mainstream right can radicalize and become like the radical right, or they can kind of meet in the middle. If you look at the positions on Europe, positions on immigration in particular, it is very clear that the mainstream has radicalized. The radical right has not moderated at all. And actually, one of the consequences, I think, of mainstreaming is that the radical right is radicalizing. So what you see around the world is that not only, for example, there's been a shift in discourse, there are now parties like Vlaams Belang, one of the bigger and more successful radical right parties, who speak about race. The leader, Tom van Grieken, has said that he wants Europe to remain predominantly white. Racial categories were totally taboo in the 80s, 90s. We spoke about cultures and ethnicities. You see support for violence in increasing ways. You see more open anti-Semitism. That radicalization, I think, is a logical consequence of the mainstreaming of the radical right. Because as the mainstream right becomes more similar to the radical right has to move further to the right to stand out, to seem radical. At the same time, what used to be considered anti-democratic or unacceptable is not so radical anymore compared to where we are today. And that, I think, explains why, perhaps less in this country than in the country I live in, the US, you can have a coup d'etat and have the vast majority of the Republican Party support that, not see that as problematic. We have the rise of openly extremist parties. I mean, Golden Dawn in Greece, or Slovakia and Slovakia. We have a Kahanist party in the Knesset in Israel. All of these were still taboos. But nowadays, Kahanism, which is kind of a theological fascism within the Jewish context, doesn't look that crazy radical, considering Netanyahu's shift to the right as well as all the groups around him. But there's also a normative process, and that's the normalization of the radical right. So first of all, again, in ideas within Western Europe, or Europe as a whole, actually, this idea that immigration is a threat to national security or to national identity is currently common sense. It's not seen as ideological. In fact, immigration policy within the European Commission is placed under the heading, initially, they had to run that back, of protecting European values, right? Which is a very clear nativist understanding. The idea that multiculturalism has failed is not seen as ideological, it's seen as common sense, has been proclaimed not just by the radical right, but by Sarkozy, by former British Prime Minister Cameron, and even by Angela Merkel, early in the 2000s already. Now, what normalization does is it takes away the stigma. And one of the things that we see in the fourth wave that we rarely saw in the third wave is people from the elite joining the radical right, espousing radical right points. This started particularly after 9/11 with Islamophobia, but now extends far beyond that in terms of nativism and, of course, in terms of anti-wokeness, anti-gender ideology, whatever the term is. In the Netherlands, for example, every single major newspaper has a columnist that writes Islamophobic columns, from the religious one to the former social democratic one to whatever tabloid. Now, several scholars have argued that we're now having a fourth wave of populism in Latin America. And of course, most of this is based on Bolsonaro. But you can also think about José Antonio Cast in Chile. You can think about possibly Bukele in El Salvador, and perhaps Milei. Now, the important thing here is that this group is much more heterogeneous than, for example, the parties that Yves just showed. They also have differences, but the range is not as big. And I think that that is temporarily. For me, when I look at Latin America as it is developing at the moment, I think that it goes through similar processes. And so a bit reluctantly, I will take Bolsonaro and Brazil as the example. I think it's a weakness of the current literature on the radical right / populism in Latin America that it generalizes very heavily on Bolsonaro. And Bolsonaro is, to a certain extent, as much an outlier as Milei is. And if I would put my money on where the future is, it will be much more people like José Antonio Cas coming from the establishment and establishment parties than true outsiders like Milei, who will form the radical right. So Bolsonaro is a perfect example of mainstreaming, had major support from business elites, from media elites, not only actually in Brazil. The Wall Street Journal endorsed him for the 2018 elections. His ideas can be found, and his discourse can be found well beyond his own person and party. Similarly, working for Bolsonaro or supporting him can be found deeply in the elites, including political scientists. Political science, always the most conservative discipline of the social sciences. But we actually see this increasingly. There are more and more political scientists who either openly support the radical right or pretty much cover for them, including some of my colleagues who used to work on the far right and called them a big threat to liberal democracy and now speak at gatherings with radical right politicians. And so here you also see that. And I think Bolsonaro is also a very good example of the radicalization of the radical right, with, of course, the coup d'etat of January 8th, which, to be honest, I haven't really followed if there is any polling, but it seems that Brazil has responded better, which is not difficult, than the US. But where you see in the US that it has, by and large, not hurt Trump at all, or the Republican Party. Here, at least the many of his former allies have spoken out very strongly against it. And of course, he's barred. I think there are important particularities about Latin America today. The last thing is that when we talk about mainstreaming, the mainstream comes from the radicalization of the mainstream right / the religious right. And this is not only the evangelical movement where we see it, but as a consequence of the evangelicals becoming more competitive in a truly neoliberal sense, part of the Catholic camp has also radicalized. And they radicalized particularly about here, much more about gender and about sexuality, and to a certain extent about communism or socialism, which is a catch-all term. And so in that sense, the particularity is that nativism, this kind of xenophobic form of nationalism, is less central within the radical right. But I'm not sure whether that means that nativism isn't part of the core ideology. Bolsonaro has a very long history of making racist statements. Cas has had a discourse about the indigenous population, which implies at least a kind of a white supremacist view. So I see it a little bit more that it reflects the lack of discourse and urgency about immigration. And it reminds me of Central and Eastern Europe. So Central and Eastern Europe, nativism wasn't particularly central for Fidesz or the Law and Justice and some other parties. They only spoke about Roma, generally the so-called gypsies. But as soon as the so-called immigration crisis of 2015-16 came, all these parties directly adopted a strongly nativist discourse and kept that going. And so here, of course, Bolsonaro has spoken out against immigration from Venezuelans, as has Cas, but the issue of immigration was never high. As soon as it is high enough to to use, I think they will. I think populism is less clear, and João will be happy that I say that. I have a bit of a different understanding of populism. It's not just anti-establishment sentiment, it's also the idea of a homogeneous people that is virtuous. I see that less, but to be honest, I think populism is overall much less important. Many West European parties are not that populist anymore. Brothers of Italy is a good example, or the Sweden Democrats, and it's a logical consequence of mainstreaming. Like when the populist radical right is embraced by a significant part of the establishment, mostly on the right, they have no incentive to emphasize it. And so what they become increasingly is just anti-left, not anti-elite. Or they will be anti-elite, but reduce the elite to the left. Here in Latin America, authoritarianism, law and order, discipline is clearly at the core, which is in a certain way problematic because authoritarianism is the one feature that the mainstream right and the radical right always had in common. I think what is also different is military dictatorship, although again, that plays out differently in different countries. But if you look at Brazil and Chile in particular, like the open positive references to the period of military dictatorship is something that we don't see usually, although you could see some elements in Vox in Spain, and to a certain extent, of course, in Brothers of Italy, which is in many ways the successor of the party of Mussolini. Now, I think going forward, there is a big challenge in how to study this current wave. So on the one hand, while I've called it the fourth wave of populism, partly in line with the literature, I'm not sure whether populism is the right term. And I've always argued that populism is a secondary feature for the radical right anyway, also in Europe. Moreover, nativism, xenophobic form of nationalism, has always been the core for my understanding of the far right, which works well in Europe. It works well in North America. It works well in certain other settings, like India or Israel. It doesn't work very well here. But if you throw out populism and nativism, you have authoritarianism. And setting the boundaries then becomes even more difficult, right? And so I think this is the big challenge actually of the fourth wave. Where does conservatism end and the radical right start? Right? The Republican Party, the British Conservative Party, Likud, they have all kind of mainstream right-wing parties that have shifted, but they are not exactly the same as Rassemblement National, not just in terms of their tradition, but also not in terms of their culture, internal culture, and their policies. At the same time, it's hard to distinguish between the radical right, which accepts democracy as in popular sovereignty and majority rule, but has problems with liberal democracy, and the extreme right. Take the example of the Republican Party in the US. The vast majority of its leaders and its voters reject the results of the 2020 elections. In many ways, the best organized elections in US history, right? Now, they say that they do that to protect real democracy. But how do you call a party which rejects the outcomes of a democratic process, right? And so they're not extremists in the 1930s way, right? Hitler rejected democracy in a fundamental way. He argued that democracy was the rule of mediocrity. Today, no one is openly anti-democratic, but they do things like voter intimidation or suppression, or say things like rejection of elections that go against the fundamentals of democracy. So where do you place them? And where do you see the boundaries between mainstream right, Christian right, particularly in this region, and radical right? And if you don't set clear boundaries, then I think that category becomes very difficult to handle. So last point about this, gender ideology or wokeness, right, is pretty much the new agenda for the far right in the Americas, and increasingly in Europe as well. But the idea of anti-wokeness goes deep into the middle of society. Most of my colleagues who are like me, older, if you want, middle-aged, white men of privilege, many of a social democratic background, are anti-woke. And they don't come with far-right arguments, but they adopt far-right discourses and tropes, right? If we're going to include all of them into one category, I think we lose the ability to actually study them well. And so I think that for me, the big challenge is that, yes, we have to go beyond a Eurocentric vision of the radical right that centers nativism. But at the same time, you can't blow it up to a category which is, for example, skeptical about trans rights. First of all, because in that case, we never had any democratic parties in history, right? Because trans rights were always denied. But we also won't actually have democracies, right? There are very few countries that are woke. And so I think that has become a bit of an issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a lot. I think we'll open the floor, but I'd like to bring some comments before to both of you, and I think I'll do comments for both for the discussion, broadly speaking. I'm coming from the discipline of international relations, so a first question that I'd like to pose for you is that the way we are trying to engage with this debate and the comparative work that's been done about in Europe or Latin America and the US, we've been trying to understand also to what extent we can see common structure inputs, features. I won't even there talking about causes, but to what extent, I mean, the concepts of waves, for instance, I mean, you see some common elements that go beyond the national or regional specificities that we can see why those phenomena are increasing right now. And here, just not to make a point, of course, it is in the literature, but both to global economy, capitalism, but also the question of the international order. In our discipline, we discuss a lot about the role of China and to what extent this structural phenomenon at the global level could be playing a role at that waves, these new waves of populism or extreme right. And the second point is that I think there's a lot that you've been both, certainly for us in the literature, accompanying, and this discussion of the concepts. And here's my second question. I mean, we've been trying here in Brazil and in Latin America to think about the regional specificity. So I think what you said here was very helpful. I mean, of course, trying to understand already the specificities of the movement in Europe. It's already something. And some of the elements I think you brought here, but I just push a bit further because we are, of course, interested in understanding also to what extent the remedies or the way that this phenomenon is being taken into consideration in Europe or of the US is also, this is being done here as well. And one of the elements that you mentioned, I think more Mudde now in the end, is the question of the military, and to what extent you do have a specificity here in Latin America, even if you compare with the Capitol, with the January 8th. I mean, not the question of whether there is an acceptance, but a co-participation. If you think that something specific, and you mentioned, of course, if you talk about politics of memory, at least, I think Vox now has been also, there are some discussions about Vox in Spain. So the question here is that when we talk about this difference between Latin America and Europe, to what extent we're talking about cultural issues, or leave it lived with ruptures of democracy. So dictatorships, of course, in Latin America, and the question of the fascism in Europe, that's one of the bases of the discussion. And then a third point, and then just to bring, I think this is completely new in the discussions that we are bringing, but in the theoretical discussion about universal and particularity, and the discussion of global local, that's of course leaning behind the question of cultural relativism. One of the elements that we've been thinking about from our international relations discipline is whether the discussion about environment and climate change will bring some new developments in the political discussion and in the political ideologies, how those societies that are obviously divided and putting specifically the question of cultural divisions, to what extent this vision of the world that might be a bit different apart from that discussion of climate change, to what extent do you think that may play a role, or to what extent do you think that this vision of a new other could change these dynamics of the far right? Either, of course, here I'm trying to think about positive elements to move us out of these waves, but also we can also think about negative elements, how the far right could incorporate that. That's a concern that in our research group, we are thinking about that. So just to put these 3 points for you, and I'm not sure if we want to open the floor already to questions or...
To them if they want to answer right now or later.
You want to take up from the public? Or?
I mean, you decide. I can answer short, briefly, but...
Okay.
I think realistically, if you want answers to your questions, we should do it now.
Yeah.
Because
Okay, good. So please.
First of all, I would like to say that I disagree with you, Cas. You make, for at least for Europe, a too homogeneous picture. You can say that the far right is radicalizing. This is not true for Fratelli d'Italia. This is not true for the Rassemblement National. You can say that the anti-woke culture is stronger now than it used to be. Now, part of the far right in Europe is completely fine with gay, with same-sex marriage, with the equality of men and women, things like this. And in addition, I really think that it's difficult to put in the same box phenomena where the working class, the white traditional working class, is the main constituency, and a phenomena like in Brazil, where the elite is the core of the Bolsonaro constituency. These are different phenomena. So, well. With China, I don't think that at the time being China plays a big role. What plays, I guess, a big role is the fact that national states are not as powerful as before, that Western Europe is now a province in the world, and that a lot of citizens feel uncomfortable with the new world order. It is reinforced by the war in Ukraine. It is reinforced by the ecological crisis, the idea that the world is not going well and that our society is not going well. That I would not say that this is central to the new wave. And we have to recognize also, unfortunately, that the green political movements and social movements have not been able in Europe, I speak of the country I know most, but I guess it's the same in Northern America, to have a working class constituency.
a strong working class consistency. Green parties are the parties of the middle class. Green political movement, social movements are movements of the middle class. And this is a big problem because if we want to make a real ecological transition, we have to address the question of social justice and to convince the majority of the people. I'm not very optimistic on this, unfortunately. About the historical heritage, I think it's quite clear. I mean, I've briefly presented the two maps in Poland and Germany, where you see this. In France, the south of France, which is very keen with the Rassemblement National, is also the place where the French people who had to leave Algeria emigrated in 62, 63. So you have this. On the other hand, we don't have to overestimate this. There are differences. It's true that it seems paradoxical, but the countries which were colonial powers are probably less xenophobic than countries which were not ex-colonial powers in Europe. Xenophobia is more developed, even more developed, I would say, in Eastern Europe compared to Western Europe, because at least we, the former colonialists, were used to have Arabs and Black people. They are inferior, but we are used to have them. And if you look to the football teams, it's quite clear that it makes a difference. Perhaps a last thing, I mean, it's perhaps for the discussion, but I'm often, not always, puzzled by discussions in Brazil and Latin America where friends and colleagues say that they would like Brazil or another Latin American country to become like Europe, normal. I mean, our normal system is broken. You will not be able to reach a normal state of the political system, a normal liberal democracy, when it is no more realistic to think that this system will remain stable in Europe.
Let's have more
put it
time,
a bit
but yeah, we have to continue later, but then please.
I think it's important to keep things in perspective. On average, within the EU, about 1 in 5 people vote for the far right, right? And so we have discourses as if the majority of people support the far right. They don't. The biggest successes were of parties that used to be conservative and changed, PIS and Fidesz in particular. Both came to power on discourses that were very moderate, pretty much didn't say anything what they were going to do. And there is some research recently of Larry Bartels in the US that shows that there's actually not majority support or anywhere near majority support for the key policies of the radical right. Now, it's not to say that I don't think that there are major problems in Western Europe, but the problems, the far right is only a small part of those problems. I think that to a certain extent, I agree, society has changed, the economy has changed, and the parties have not been able to catch up. But I also think that we simply have 20th century expectations for the 21st century. And so to a certain extent, society has become more complex, politics has become multidimensional, and as a consequence, party systems will become fragmented. That's not bad by itself, but we treat it as problematic. Now, I want to give the point that my point about the radicalization is not that all radical right radicalize. It is that there is a radicalization, either from radical right actors, or what we see is that in for example, in countries that have a longer history of successful radical right, more extreme parties emerge. Israel is a very good example. The Netherlands is a very good example. Denmark had an extreme right party. It's not that everything moves there, but there's now space. Like there was a kind of a law in the literature of the 1990s about the radical right, which said if you have an open link to fascism or to anti-democracy, you will not be electorally successful. Golden Dawn was a neo-Nazi party and was elected into the parliament in Greece. It doesn't work that way. We have anti-Semitic statements, and by Trump, for example, it doesn't kill your career. Like even in Germany, Gauland, the leader, one of the former leaders of the AfD, made a pretty historically revisionist statement and survived without anything. That is a very different phase. Now, with regard to the working class, and while you now in your comments didn't add white, but I was happy to see that you did in your presentation, we are talking about the white working class, which in particularly more northern countries, Western countries, is a minority of the working class, and more importantly, gender. We're talking about white working class men. Because in most parties, but not in all, in most parties, men vote almost twice as much for the radical right as women do. But I've seen only once a far-right party electorate in one election where the working class was the majority of that electorate, and it was the FPÖ somewhere in the 1990s, I think. It is true that the white working class men vote disproportionately for the radical right, but they are still a minority of their electorate everywhere. The only difference that it will give with regard to Brazil and of course the US is that the upper class votes for the far right too, which doesn't happen. Now, what is important is that there is a specific category of low educated or lower educated, but higher income that votes in particular for the radical right. So while education is very clearly negatively associated with the radical right, income is not. With regard to the global explanations, it's not that I don't believe they're not there, but I can't work much with globalization because it's so vague and it's so broad. And to a certain extent, I come from a country, the Netherlands, which to a certain extent has been globalized for at least 3 centuries. And so the question then becomes, why now? Right? And it's the same with the international order to a certain extent. And of course, you can say, well, things, there is a time lag, like in statistical terms. But it's very difficult to kind of measure that. Like, why does it take 7 years and not 10, right? And so, yes, I think that there are reasons why there is more space for the radical right now. I think it's always important that the radical right is part of the analysis. Most analysis take politics out, and particularly the radical right out. They just say unemployment went up, therefore the radical right wins. Doesn't matter whether the radical right has a very charismatic leader or it has a monkey. Right? People directly vote for that. It's not the case. Right? I mean, the fact that the radical right electorally survives in Austria or in France is because they have strong organizations. In fact, in France, the Rassemblement National is the only remaining functioning party, right? The only one that has a strong organization. And so we also have to look at that, but we live in a different place. With regard to climate change, we already had at least 3 elections in which climate change played a central role, and the radical right did well in Germany, in Finland, and in the Netherlands. And the reason, which goes a little bit to what Yves says, is that the environmental movement has largely become a movement of the upper middle class, and they're also pretty libertarian. And many of their policies are kind of flat taxes, in which you make things more expensive or you ban them, that things that are bad for the environment. We don't have a social democratic environmental policy where the rich pay more for the cost of environmental protection than the poor. And that makes it very easy for the radical right to put a populist discourse on it. And so what they say is, look, this is like rich people's problems, and they make us pay for it. Because now my cheap flight to Spain, right, is no longer cheap, and I can't go anymore, but they can still, because they have enough money, right? And so the populist discourse works, and it works on various other issues that are not directly related to their core, at least in Europe, nativism. But it never works as strong as things like immigration, right? That is their bread and butter, because other parties can also apply the populism. And you see that on the radical left, for example. Some radical left parties, like the Socialist Party in the Netherlands, also has this kind of socialist critique of environmental policies and says, look, this is unfair. The working class has to pay while the big polluters, right, can do whatever they want, which is, of course, factually true, right? And therefore resonates very strongly. Whereas on nativism, they kind of own the topic.
It will be good to continue later, but I think we've now opened the floor to more questions. You can just announce yourself, please.
Okay.
I think in this
Am I the
order.
first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
So, João, maybe we'll just collect on this side. João, and what was your name?
My name?
Yes.
Anna.
Anna. And this side. Raul. All right. And of course, Leonardo. All right. So, João, please start.
Okay, thanks. My question's for Cas. You know, I really enjoyed your presentation. I found it very insightful, but I mean, you mostly described the fourth wave, right? And I think that Andrea touched that in her comments too. I mean, what would you think are the causes behind it? I mean, you haven't talked a lot about that. I mean, are they sociological, economic? Are they political? You know, I just wanted to see you expand on that if possible. And also, well, I think I got the boundary between conservatives and the extreme right, because before it was like the value of democratic institutions, right? Conservatives are the ones who, you know, although being critical of some of the institutions, they still respect it, whereas extreme right is for the abolition of some of them. So, but my question is, do you think this boundary is dissolving now? Apparently, that's what I got from what you said. And just one thing about what Yves said, you know, as a matter of fact, when you see the polls, the data of the polls, and I've followed, you know, I've analyzed many polls since Bolsonaro was elected, you know, in terms of who supports him the most, in terms of income, is the lower middle income. People who make from 2 to 5 minimum wage per capita family income. And if you go to education, it's people who have secondary education complete, but not higher education. So it's not the elite in the sense of the money elite. Of course that they support Bolsonaro, most of the elite supported Bolsonaro in 2018. But when you see in terms of voting support, in terms of numbers, of course, they are vastly outnumbered by this middle sector, lower middle sector population. Yeah, he vist me on their too.
We will collect all the 4 questions, right? Anna.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you, for the presentation. I'd like to ask 2 questions, and they can be answered by both of you. One of them is regarding the elites. I think this is something that you've explored, but it's not really clear why political elites, economic elites, bandwagon or actively support candidacies that have anti-establishment discourses. And is there something underlying there? Is it a sham or something like that? And the second question regards the aspect of democracy in populist radical right or the extreme right. Shouldn't we be taking more seriously their conception of democracy? In terms of, it's not just faking, they're actually thinking that what they design or desire is actual democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we had Raul back there, then Leonardo.
First of all, thanks for the presentation. And I think my question goes mainly to Cas. I agree very much with the points on normalization and also radicalization of the right. And the point of normalization, I've written an article on paper with my friend Vitor, in which we analyze the normalization of Bolsonaro through entertainment media in Brazil, and his discourse and his image and his radical discourse on homophobic discourse, misogynistic discourse was read by the media as controversial, not radical. So I agree with you. And when we go back to 2018 in Brazilian public debate, and including political scientists in the debate, we had this idea that Bolsonaro could not be elected because he was too radical to reach the majority of votes. And then because I guess they had in mind the median voter theorem, and that which does not consider the fact that politics is also creating new political positions and expanding the political spectrum. And I guess that we've seen that this is wrong, but when we look at elections once again, we get this idea that we have to look to the median voter theorem. When we look to Trump in the US now, we think that we actually thought that he would have some difficulty being re-elected or elected again because of the radicalism, because of the riots in the Capitol. But then he's leading the polls, many of the polls. And even in Brazil in 2022, it was a very close margin, and Bolsonaro never left out being radical. He actually became more and more radical over time. And my question is, if you think the median voter theorem helps or not to understand what was happening with the radical right, and how can we better understand the political preferences, taking it into account?
Thank you. Then we have Leonardo, please.
I have a few questions, both for Yves and for Cas. My question for Yves, and we have a long debate on that, is, of course, European political system as it existed during the late 20th century, most likely it's not going to come back, but still, in many South American countries, they constitute a sort of horizon. And when this horizon breaks, what we have is not exactly the same thing that you have in Europe. So now we have Bukele in El Salvador, but also it's going to expand to many other Central America or even South American countries. And then you have the problem of military rights. It's much easier to make a discourse against rights, especially civil rights in South America, than it is in Europe, even when you have extreme right administrations in Europe. So how to put together the two things, I think, is the theoretical challenge. On the one hand, we're not going to have again what you used to have during the post-World War II period. But still, because we have this kind of military detour, anti-rights detour, an extreme right populist can go much further in terms of this discourse here. So this is one thing. For Cas, I have a strong doubt about these three waves of populism, as a matter of fact. I think clearly we had the first wave of populism in the post-war period in Argentina, Peron, Vargas, other countries in South America, Mexico, Cardenas. It's not clear for me that Menem, well, he was a populist. Whether this was a second wave, it's not clear for me at all. And Chavez, even less. I don't think that most of the other left administrations, South America, were populist administrations, even Korea, I will dispute that. So as a matter of fact, I think we're having a second wave, perhaps. And this wave has characteristics, and I don't think it helps very much to have only descriptive characteristics. So the liberal manding wave happened just in Argentina. So maybe it was not a wave and doesn't
Color
have
too.
Color for a year and a half in Brazil, yeah. But okay,
That's what
so
the literature says.
yeah,
That's not me.
okay, but it was not very long lasting
No, it's not.
or effective, if you want. So I think that we have different phenomena, the waves and the extreme right. What we have right now is really an extreme right wave that we see in most of the countries. In some of them, the extreme right becomes hegemonic, wins elections. In others, it's just an opposition, but a very destabilizing opposition, which was not the case, in my view, with the liberal opposition against the left during the first decade of the 20th century. So why to have this wave discourse for very different and sometimes very particular phenomena?
Okay, we'll have a second round later because we have some questions from the YouTube, but perhaps we could start now the 4 questions in the same order.
Perhaps first, for the middle sector, more than the upper class or the most educated in Brazil, I mean, you do know much better than I, so I won't contest it. Still, when you look at the map, it's completely different. I mean, Lula was elected in the northeast and not in the south or southeast. And when it's the opposite with Trump in America or with most radical right or right-wing populists in Europe. So I still think that there is a difference. Elite and anti-establishment discourse, well, I mean, as long as they don't take part in the government, it's easy in Europe. And when they take part, it's still easy because then the anti-elite discourse or the anti-establishment discourse is against the EU. Or at least again, the mainstream liberal left, center-left and center-right domination in the EU. And in the US, it's against the liberal babble of the East Coast and big universities. So you can go on with this discourse, although it's very rhetorical, but still. I do think that we have to take the democracy conception of the extreme right seriously. Just because, this is the first reason, the liberal definition of democracy doesn't work well, no. So when they say that in Europe, most of the decisions are taken by technocratic bodies or bodies which are selected with so many stages that are far away from the citizens, it is true. It is just true. When you speak to higher civil servants in Brussels, they clearly fear the people. This is democracy. It's better from my point of view than any right-wing policies and right-wing politics for sure, but we have to take this seriously. And it is quite interesting to see that right-wing populists have made a shift in most European countries in the last 2 decades towards direct democracy, which was not in most countries something which was part of the program of the far right. And those are saying, well, we want citizen initiative. And the liberals are both left, center-left and center-right, are those who are most reticent to this. It's quite different in Canada, for example. So yes, I think that it pushes us to develop another imaginary of what democracy could be in this century. In the 20th century, and this is a discussion with you, Soleo, in the 20th century, how was it possible for democracy to stabilize in Western Europe during a couple of decades? Well, first we were at the center of the world, together with North America, but also because we had the universal suffrage, which was not the case before. We had mass political parties which were democratic, which was not the same before, and with the welfare state. Three crucial inventions which made it possible to stabilize this political system, which had passed huge challenges in the first half of the 20th century. If we don't invent things at this level in this century, in a context which is completely different, I'm very pessimistic about our future. And this is why you can't put at the horizon something which is over, which doesn't function well. For sure, when you have to choose between Lula and Bolsonaro, there is no doubt. But if the only program of the Latin American left is to become like Southern Europe, I think you will lose.
Okay, so again, I don't think the crisis is that strong. I think it's very important that we learn lessons from the last crisis, two crises at least in Europe. They're broader. But if you look in Europe, then during the COVID crisis, for all of the hype in the media about how no one trusts specialists anymore, you actually see in almost all countries that the vast majority of people have huge trust in experts. Politicians less, but it depends again on the country. Well, it depends on the country. Like the South less, as it has always been. The North, it's still high, but lower than it used to be. I think that the example given by Yves is not what liberal democracy is as a theoretical model. That's, I would say, neoliberal democracy. Liberal democracy is very simply stated a combination of majority rule and minority rights. I think that model has become perverted by neoliberalism as a kind of an undemocratic liberalism, what you describe, but that is not what liberal democracy is as a model, right? And so I think that the populist critique, right, and Chantal Mouffe has written about the two traditions, like the liberal tradition and democratic tradition, and the pendulum in the 80s, 90s went towards liberalism, right? Economic, but to a certain extent also culturally. Populists are kind of democratic majoritarianists or democratic extremists. They just want the voice of the people to rule irrespective of minorities because they by and large don't accept the concept of a minority. I think liberal democracy is always a problematic model because there is no perfect kind of equilibrium between liberal and democracy. And so it will always be debated. But I don't think it has to be reinvented. It has to be modernized. Like it has to be adapted to the changed society that we live in. I think, why does the elite support the right? Now, it's very important with regard to, for example, populists. Almost all successful populists are actually, at best, insider-outsiders. Like, there are very few that were really far outside. Even someone like Jean-Marie Le Pen, who in various ways was an outsider, was also the youngest, at that point in time, youngest elected parliamentarian in French history, which then later his granddaughter became. But many of them come from the center, like not the core, but around it, and reinvent themselves. And so a lot of people that we consider elite themselves don't necessarily consider them like that. I think the other thing, and there are historical studies by Daniel Ziblatt and Giovanni Capoccia have shown that it's partly opportunistic. They think, people from the elite think that they can control the unskilled radical right leader that went from Hitler to Bolsonaro and Trump. And very important, and you saw that here very strongly, you see it in the US very strongly, and it works much stronger in two-party systems, when they think they have a choice between communism and fascism for the sake of argument, right? And so there are a lot of Americans who don't like Trump, who think he's too extreme, but who think that the Democrats stand for the end of Americanism, for socialism. Here, of course, like the discourse was PT will turn Brazil into Venezuela. And in that world, if you accept that, and it's remarkable how many people do, right? The choice is communism, which will take away your money and your liberties, and fascism, which only takes away your liberties but keeps your money, right? The choice is very easy for those with money. And I think that's very important because the anti-woke discourse creates this dichotomy. And I think I see within centrism in particular, but even the center left, people buy into that. But the consequences are very bad of that, because the consequence that people feel who are not sympathetic necessarily to the radical right feel caught between that choice. In terms of taking their critique of democracy serious, honestly, it's been very long argued that the radical right asks some right questions and provides some wrong answers. I think the radical right has helped democratize politics in Western Europe by putting immigration and European integration on the agenda. It would have happened without them, but later. I don't think their concept of democracy is compatible with liberal democracy. It's an ethnic democracy. And I think it's fundamental to make that clear. Like in their concept of democracy, there's no place for minorities. And I'm not speaking only ethnic minorities, right? Also political minorities. The medium voter rationale, I think, was always wrong, irrespective of Trump. I think it was even wrong within the US, but it certainly never helped in multi-party systems. Leaving aside that medium, center, whatever, are of course always relative terms. And so, but they have a very strong normative thing. So center, medium means kind of rational, moderate. Today, like the medium voter, if he or she would exist in Hungary, is a Fidesz voter with the same values. Like, don't make any mistake, it's just a radical right voter. Right? And so I just think that it has even less value in a polarized society. Now, polarization, I have a bit of a problem with the term because the right has radicalized in many countries, the left hasn't. But there is a affinitive polarization. And you see that very strong, that not only do populists or supporters of, for the sake of argument, radical right parties see the others as enemies, it's the other way around as well. Even in Western Europe, in multi-party systems. So you see that a Christian Democrat will not have particularly negative views towards a social democrat or a Green, but they will have to the radical right, which is changing, but nevertheless. And of course, for the radical right, all the others are the same and they're bad. In a medium voter works out of rationality, right? And voters who vote on the basis of policy. At least in all of the research in the US shows that that isn't the case, right? And so we don't see a radicalization on policies, but we do see a radicalization versus parties and partisanship. And I think that's the other thing that's a challenge for us. Most of the electoral research is based on the paradigm that people support parties, that they vote in support of something. And what we see increasingly is that people vote against. Think about the second round in France, right? Macron had pretty much the support of about 20 to 25% of the people. Even in the 2017 second round, the biggest bloc, a plurality, voted against Marine Le Pen. But that is a very problematic position for the idea of democratic elections, where you get legitimacy when you win. Right? The idea is that you have voted someone in because you support part of their program. For Macron, most of his electorate is kind of done the moment he wins the election. He has performed the function and the connection between them is lost. After that, it's a president of 20% of the people, or 25, whatever you want, right? And so negative voting has fundamental consequences for the functioning of democracy. And we see, particularly in the US, but I think in many other countries too, an increased negative partisanship, people who don't actually support any party, but they hate a certain party. And so many people don't vote for Trump. He's not the charismatic leader. They hate the Democrats. And many people vote for the Democrats because they hate the Republicans. Whether it's the second or the fourth wave, I'm not a Latin Americanist. I don't have a particular interest in it. I think waves are always heuristic instruments. The waves in Europe also apply to a couple of countries. The second wave is actually highly diverse and debatable. And so in that sense, I don't think it's that important. Your second question goes to the question of João, which was why. And so first of all, I generally do not do theories. I don't actually believe in general theories. I think every election, and elections are different than support for values. Every election is national first and global second. And so all these explanations of the global wave of the far right are mostly trivial. When you want to understand why Bolsonaro won, right, the fact that Lula wasn't in the election is the most important thing. Is Lula in the election? Boom. Like, even if you go to Macron, like if Dominique Strauss-Kahn wouldn't have sexually assaulted the maid in New York, he would have been president. You wouldn't have Hollande being phenomenally unsuccessful, and there wouldn't have been electoral space for Macron. And so there are so many very important national and sometimes irrational kind of things that I think that is important. If you want to go in broader developments in the region, I think you have to show there is, in part, the current radicalization of the right in general has to be placed in the context of first the pink wave and a backlash, and somewhat related policy-wise in quite a lot of countries, an advancement in terms of gender and sexuality rights, which has particularly radicalized the religious forces, not only the evangelical, but also the conservative Catholic, not only in terms of values, but have made them political actors, like as to a certain extent the Christian right had in the 70s, 80s in the US, which interestingly wasn't so much about abortion, research shows now, but it was about desegregation. That was the first incentive. So I see it to a certain sense as political backlash. I think that helps. But what is as important is, and Bolsonaro is not such a good example. You also have to keep in mind that these are presidential systems. They work fundamentally different than parliamentary systems. They give space to outsiders like Bolsonaro or Milei, which would be impossible. Like Bolsonaro doesn't even have his own party, right? So that doesn't work in a parliamentary system. But I think Cas is, for me, a very interesting case. So Cas doesn't get enough attention because he doesn't make ridiculous statements as often. And he's kind of a boring, regular type of politician. But as said, I think that is more the future of the radical right. Now, the question is, how did Cas become the leader of the Chilean right within 4 years? Right? He was a marginal figure when he ran the first time, only getting about 7% of the vote. The next time around, he's the leader. And since that, he has become completely dominant within the Chilean right. I think that plays a role, right? Is he particularly gifted? I don't necessarily think so. And he's also not more gifted now than he was 4 years ago. So the mainstream right, I think, is in crisis globally. And at the same time, here in the region, which doesn't play, as Yves also said, in Europe out, the religious right has become radicalized and politicized in ways that haven't been before, and are willing to support the radical right candidate over the mainstream right candidate. And those are processes that I don't know why. I mean, I spoke to Enrique just shortly about like even the difference between Argentina and Chile or Argentina and Brazil. So Bolsonaro and Cas speak positively about the military dictatorship. That would, according to Enrique, be electoral suicide in Argentina.
I'm sorry. Sorry, yeah, we have a lot of questions from the YouTube. We have one.
We'll pick up one or two.
Okay, we can read. Yeah, well, actually, it's 3 questions, yeah, so. And can we open, there's one more question from the public, is it that? So please go ahead and then I read the YouTube and.
My question, a very short question.
What's your name?
Robson.
Robson.
I wish to know for both what they think about the internet that are of populism. For example, you can talk about the algorithm society, the influence of the filter bubble, or things like that. And you show for us, as the Yves show for us, that there's some graphics that show the difference between Brazil case and most of Europe case. And if you analyze, for example, Brazil case, which part of Brazil that has more access from the internet, they tend to vote more Bolsonaro. So I think
more well organized than the left. It's really impressive. For the political parties, I mean, we have to realize that even in France, you were mentioning Marine Le Pen and the Rassemblement National. These are small parties in most of the Western Europe. Small parties compared to what the Christian Democrats, the socialists, or the communists used to be. It's tens of thousands of people. It's not hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people. So we have strong right-wing parties in India, in Turkey, but not in Western Europe. Is historical fascism back? I think it's misleading. I mean, it can be a rhetorical strategy, but it's misleading to think that these parties all together are meaning that fascism is coming back. Fascism was established in a period where communism and revolution was a real alternative. This is no more the case. Fascism meant mass political parties. This is no more the case, at least in Western Europe. Fascism, as Cas said, had a program which was aiming at destroying democracy and elections. This is no more the case. So it's dangerous, but it's not the same danger. And about the move from agonism, antagonism, I think, yeah, it can work. On other things, I don't like what she says, but on this, I
like not even in the US. Steve Bannon is a creation of the media. And one particular journalist in particular. There are various interviews with leaders of the radical right in Western Europe who by and large scoff at the idea that like Bannon would help them. He allegedly was making this movement, which had a laughable budget. I think what is much more important is the religious right. And so the religious right has played a major role for Meloni, for example, has made a role for PIS, has made a role for Fidesz, which predates this whole wing because that came at the end of the Cold War and started out mostly in Russia. And it has played a role because the religious right in the US has phenomenal resources and experiences, way better than Bannon can ever have. But there is a Trump effect in the simple fact that if the most powerful democratically elected person in the world says things, they by definition are no longer marginal, right? And think about someone like Marine Le Pen, one of the few radical right leaders who still faces some stigmatization and cordon sanitaire, exclusion, right? The discourse often was, well, even if you do support her ideas, she can never do anything because this is just whack, this is out there, right? And then you have the US president say it, right? And so now she can say, look, if you vote for me, we're no longer marginalized. I will actually have like a friend in the president. That was massive. As was very important was that Trump won despite all the polls. And so you saw in many elections since that when the radical right was polling poorly, they said, oh, but remember they said that of Trump. Now it's difficult to measure that empirically, right? But logically, it could have kept electorate there who would otherwise vote strategically for a mainstream right, believing, well, we're going to lose anyway. So Trump, just by the virtue, not of him, but of his position, I think played a major role. The fact that you have fake news and the terminology is not new ideas, it's new terms, right? They always thought that the news was fake. They just didn't call it fake news, but they had some other term, Germans Lügenpresse, which came from the Nazis, but I mean, it was the same idea. And this goes a little bit to social media. So I'm a skeptic on social media. I think, and I'm old, and so I remember the third wave of the radical right, as well as the beginning of the fourth wave. This happened before the internet, and the second, and before social media. A lot of radical right parties were already very successful.
But you don't think the catalyzer?
No, I think it is a catalyst, just as Trump is a catalyst of things. It's not a qualitative change, right? And there are some radical right who are better at social media and some who are not, right? I followed on Twitter the Rassemblement National. It's one of the worst accounts ever, right? I mean, anyone knows if you want to have an effect, you only tweet a couple of times a day, right? You spread it out and you don't tweet at midnight, like there are certain times. Rassemblement National just throws 7 tweets within 1 minute, and then it's empty, right? On the other hand, like Matteo Salvini had a team, I think, of 25 people operating his social media, which kept him in the news the whole time, right? But even on Trump, right? People make a lot of his Twitter. I can assure you, living there, he was on CNN 24/7. Right? He was in the mainstream media 24/7, and they reach far more than the few million followers that he had on Twitter. Is it irrelevant? No, right? It's a catalyst. It can bring you in the attention, but if the mainstream media doesn't pick it up, social media is just your bubble. And I think this is actually very interesting at the moment. DeSantis in the US is clearly making his whole campaign around that social media bubble. And he's totally imploding because it turns out outside of that bubble, wokeness is not actually a big thing, right? And so social media can also be a problem. Allegedly, this is what happened with Vox in the last Spanish election, which had a very narrow, also kind of anti-woke campaign, and didn't do particularly well because it was living in its bubble.
Right, thank you very much. I mean, I think we passed a little bit of time, but it was excellent discussion. I hope we have other spaces to continue debating that, and hopefully with less problems on our doors. So thank you very much also the organizers. I think we close now this panel. Thank you.
We must. Déjame sentar aquí a derecha, porque tú vas a utilizar la presentación de PowerPoint.
Sí, algunas láminas.
¿Quieres sentarte? No. No importa.
Como
Pessoal, vou chamar o pessoal lá fora.
Hello?
Não misturar, não fazer português.
Pode.
Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to be sharing this panel, Populism and Democracy, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. We are all looking forward to the interesting presentations of Enrique Peruzzotti, who is professor at the Universidade Torquato de Tella, and João Feres Júnior, professor here at the Universidade do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. I ask the presenters to keep their presentations within the 25 minutes, and we will have some time for questions from the audience at the end. The first presentation will be given by Enrique Peruzzotti, and the title is The Eruption of Milei. And then we will give the floor to João Feres with the presentation titled What is the Thing Called Bolsonarism? Reflections on a Fleeting Object.
Okay, well, thanks.
What is this thing called Bolsonarism?
It's just the title. Okay, well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's my first time here in ESP, so it's really nice to be here. I actually changed. I have announced, originally announced a presentation on populism and democratic accountability. That was the original intent of the presentation, but then given recent electoral outcomes, I think it made more sense to talk about the past election in Argentina, but I can always return to the original topic that was, well, to what extent the populists, or something that was discussed in the previous panel regarding the question of, well, to what extent the populist notion, if there is a populist notion of democratic accountability, and what is the contribution of populism to the general debate on democratic accountability. But let's focus on Milei. And I would like to give some presentation on what appeared as an electoral surprise to many, that was a candidate that was an outsider to the political system, and that suddenly, and against all odds, it came as the first runner of the primaries. Argentina has a system of mandatory primaries, so in which before the general election, in which each party or coalition decides who is going to be the presidential ticket. In this case, we have a rather competitive primary, in the sense that the Peronist coalition and the oppositional coalition had two tickets, and there was certain kind of competition. The most competitive primary was on the opposition between Rodriguez Larreta and Patricia Bullrich. That was really the key context. And then there was Milei as a newcomer to politics. He had run and won in the midterm elections of 2021, and won and became deputy in the city of Buenos Aires. And suddenly he decided to run for the president. He improvised kind of a political structure that he called the Libertad Avanza. We were doing polls with the Institute of Democratization of Communication, and already in some of these polls were showing early in this year that this was going to be a three-way race, that Milei was capturing almost a third of the intentions of the votes. But at some point, this scenario seemed to change. Pollsters started arguing that as the day of elections approached, the intention of the vote for Milei was decaying. And before the primary election, there were a lot of provincial elections for governors. Many of the Peronist governors calculating that the party was going to do a bad performance in the presidential elections, decided to call for elections in a separate date, and actually was an effective strategy. And in those elections, although the opposition won in some important provinces, Milei was practically non-existent. The candidates, Milei candidates won 1% of the vote, 0.5% of the vote. It was non-existent. So many analysts decided that, well, maybe the Milei phenomenon was overblown and that it was not going to be that relevant in the primaries. So the fact that he became the first one in the primaries, let me just give you the numbers. No, he was technically a tie. There was 30%, 28%, 27%, but symbolically a complete outsider became first. Not only Milei was the most voted candidate, but La Libertad Avanza was the most voted political party. It became as a shock. First, because of an outsider. We don't have a long tradition of outsiders in Argentine politics. Since 1983, both the Radical Party and the Peronist Party, and now these two coalitions, monopolize 90% of the vote. And so this is a first surprise, that the two coalitions that had dominated the political scenario since in the past 2 decades were displaced by a complete outsider. And the other novelty, and in symbolic terms, is that Peronism, for the first time, became third, and this is a real novelty. So, what is? Let me just, okay. Sorry. So let me just focus on 3 things. What is new, or what was unexpected of this electoral performance? Some background to this election, and lastly, some interpretation of why was this electoral outcome. As I said, Milei broke with what appeared to be a political scenario in which two coalitions had relatively stabilized the political system and were monopolizing representation. These were two coalitions that were a novelty in Argentine politics, in the sense that were responses to the 2001 crisis of representation. On the Peronist side, Kirchnerismo presented as a renewal of Peronism, a left-oriented Peronism that became the dominant fraction within the Peronist party. And on the other hand, a new party, a mainstream political, to borrow your term, a mainstream right party that was created by Mauricio Macri, PRO, that was eventually successful in first gaining the city of Buenos Aires and governing the city of Buenos Aires, and then getting Macri elected president. This was a novelty in the sense that there were no traditional mainstream right parties in Argentina. So this was a center-right party that became not only electorally competitive and was able to gain the presidency, was also the first non-Peronist administration that was able to finish its mandate in time. Before, since 1983, we have had a political system that was called a biased presidential system in which the non-Peronist administration, that was Alfonsín of De la Rúa, have to step out before they turn due to economic crisis and crisis of ungovernability. The emergence of this coalition of PRO with the Radical Party seemed to solve this problem and to present a more equilibrated political system in which both Peronist and non-Peronist coalitions were competitive and able to govern without having to step out. And what were some of us expecting was that this election was going to be about the renewal of the leaderships of these two coalitions, the two main leaders, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner on the side of the Kirchnerismo, and Mauricio Macri were not running in the ticket. They were both sort of discredited figures in political polls. And so what we were seeing was a sort of new leadership within these two parties that also was not only new leadership, but new leadership that moved towards the center. So there was kind of the candidate Massa on the Kirchnerista coalition, and Rodríguez Larreta decided to move to the center and call for a broader coalition to incorporate sectors that were not previously included within the hardliners of Kirchnerismo, the hardliners of Juntos por el Cambio. This scenario eventually did not realize. The moderate candidate within Juntos por el Cambio lost the primary by almost 10 points. It was really unexpected. It seemed like it was going to be a tight election, and it was not. And the more hardliner candidate from Juntos por el Cambio, Patricia Bullrich, won the nomination. Now, as I said, the most notorious thing was the Milei's coming first. And it was very interesting, not only the scope of the electoral support. Milei originally was a candidate from the city of Buenos Aires and the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires. And in this election, it was, let me just, the violet is the Milei's party, La Libertad Avanza. So it was a very unexpected nationwide triumph of Milei. And actually, he fared worst in the city of Buenos Aires. So actually, Milei won in many of the provinces that were traditional Peronist provinces. So this is a really unexpected map. If you compare with the map of the previous primaries, 2019, you see the blue is the Unión por la Patria, or what is today the Peronist coalition. The yellow was the Juntos por el Cambio, the opposition. And suddenly this map, the blue disappears, and you have a dominance of La Libertad Avanza, with some islands in which the Peronists and the oppositional force were able to accomplish some wins. So this is
Córdoba.
Sorry?
Córdoba.
Córdoba, yeah. Córdoba was a stronghold of Juntos por el Cambio. No, it was so this was a major shock for Juntos por el Cambio. They lost Córdoba. What?
Rosario as well.
Rosario, yeah, they you know, I don't have it here, but the presidential election that led Macri to the presidency, it was like a Boca soccer team, the t-shirt. No, there was blue, yellow, there was a yellow in the central provinces, and then blue again, no? And already in the Pasos, they retained Córdoba, but and Buenos Aires, that is where this coalition originated. But here is, you know, this is a novelty. It was, and especially since, given previous provincial elections, you know, it seemed like it was a non-existent phenomenon outside of Buenos Aires. This came as a major surprise. This is also the same map that I show you of the primary, these primaries, and this is the map of the elections that took place, the provincial election that took place throughout this year. Again, you don't see any violet in this map. They are, you know, provincial. The green are provincial parties. The blue are the Peronist coalition. The yellow are the Juntos por el Cambio coalition. So this is, again, very unexpected because no one saw it coming. No one foresaw that sort of performance in all this, in the whole territory. Well,
Stronger. Wow.
Naquela seta.
No.
No? Okay.
Let me see.
Oh, well, maybe here.
Oh, yeah. It seems to be.
Oh, okay. You had the touch. Okay. Well, this is the same map, so I can just. So this is interesting because it performed better in those we call peripheral provinces that are not the most dynamic provinces, are more poor provinces. La Libertad Avanza fare better than in the central provinces. And the worst results are in the city of Buenos Aires and the province of Buenos Aires. And again, Milei, he never even campaigned in many of these provinces. You know, well, this is more of the same, and I'm going to show you another interesting thing. Another interesting thing is not only the geographical distribution of the vote, but also the social distribution of the vote. This is the city of Buenos Aires, and this is the greater Buenos Aires, where Milei did its worst performance. But he won in all the poor comunas of Buenos Aires. This is a shanty town, and these are also shanty towns. That's where he fared best. And this is the same. In the greater Buenos Aires, you know, in the south of Buenos Aires, except for this one that is quite interesting, this is Campo de Mayo. This is a military neighborhood. But outside of that, the performance of Milei was in the city and greater Buenos Aires was among, you know, the popular sectors he did best. How to explain this performance? One of the explanations is dissatisfaction with the state of the economy. And, you know, Argentina is undergoing a very long economic crisis. We have right now around 120% of inflation. The poverty rates are around between 40 and 45%. So there is some explanations on when that it was a punishment against the two coalitions that governed in these past years and what the electorate perceives as a double failure of these coalitions. And many have argued about that there was two ways of punishing: voting for Milei or not voting, being absent. Actually, this is a percentage of this election, of the primaries, of participation, 69%. 69% is the lowest in terms of electoral participation in historically. These are the more or less the rates of participation. But it's the lowest, but it's not, it's 8% less. It's not a dramatic shift of absenteeism. We have to compare with the media of the primaries, that is always lower. So the last one, 76.4, this one went down to 69.6. So yeah, there is some kind of absenteeism, but I think that mostly what explains the vote is that the people voted for Milei as a way to punish the two coalitions. Let me give you some historical context regarding this outcome. How much time do we have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, perfect.
You will spend 30 minutes in 10 minutes.
Okay. So how to interpret the outcome? Well, as I said, there is a generalized perception of the double failure of the two coalitions that have restructured the political offer since 2001. In the polls that we have done with INCT, we already trace a high level of dissatisfaction with the performance of the democratic institutions. 66% of the respondents were unsatisfied or very unsatisfied with the performance of democratic institutions. 78% responded that politicians only defend their own interests. And in a certain way, Milei, with his anti-establishment discourse, revived the society versus political class discourse of 2001. In fact, when in part of the chants in his meetings was this "que se vayan todos" of 2001. Now, there is something of this crisis of representation, but it's a crisis of representation that differs from the one on 2001 on several dimensions. The first one is that the crisis of the present crisis is very different from the crisis of 2001. The 2001 crisis was a crisis of what the economists call a sudden stop. As you know, the Argentine economy has a pattern of economic pattern of cycles of growth that are followed by stops. This was a traditional cycle of the Argentine economy since the 30s. This cycle changed in the mid-1970s when this model of import substitution industrialization model was reaching its exhaustion, and it assumed a more dramatic pattern that it was periods of economic growth, of growth that were more extended in part because Argentina was able to go to financial markets to prolong the period of growth, but it usually ended in a crisis of deuda, of very dramatic stops that have very serious consequences in terms of social crisis and decay of poverty or etc. So there were two dramatic crises of sudden stop, the one on the hyperinflation 1989 that led eventually to Menem, and the 2001 that eventually led to the restructuring of the political system. This crisis is different. It's not a sudden stop. It's a crisis of a long stop. The economy is actually, some years grow, some years don't grow, but it's kind of a estancamiento. Stagnation. No, it's a crisis of stagnation. So it's not a moment in which everything explodes, and but it's a crisis of stagnation, and a crisis of stagnation in which the electorate perceives that both the Kirchneristas and the Macristas were not able to revert. So there is this element that was not that differentiate this crisis from the crisis of 2001. Related to this, and because it's not a crisis of sudden stop, we don't see in today's Argentina massive protests, riots, as it was the case in 2001, but rather that the answer is institutionally channeled through the vote. So we have a vote that is using the tools of the political system to punish the what people perceive as an incapable political class. 2 minutes. Yeah. So there is one source, a line of interpretation that has to do with this punishment of a political system that has been unable to solve what has been the major deficit of the Argentine political system, that is to say, the economy. Since 1983, the economy has been in undergoing different types of crises, and the social and economic indicators are worsening decade by decade. There were 2 moments of growth, but they were not sufficient to revert this situation. The other one has to do with an ideological shift, and this also there is a movement, a realignment towards the right. And here I think there is the rise of something that was not common in Argentina, that there is some kind of a liberal consensus as the way out of the crisis emerging. That, well, we have tried different variants of more state-oriented response. Kirchnerismo was a clear state-oriented response to the 2001 crisis. And even Juntos por el Cambio was the first step of a liberal mainstream party being competitive. There is a perception that this was not liberal enough, and that they did not openly confront the status quo. So also in the poll that we did with INCT and the Institute of Democratization of Democracy and Communication, shows already that in ideological terms, when asked to score, 1 being the state and 10 the market, the media was moved to 6.5. So there was a reorientation of the electorate towards more market-oriented solutions to the crisis. And also there was some shift toward the extreme right from our measure from 2018 to 2022, of those who identify as rightist and pure radical or radical right. And therefore there's some sort of legitimation of economic liberalism. When Milei won the primary part of his discourse is, when I started doing politics, no one could say openly that they were liberals. That there was a stigma to profess openly liberal values, and he argues that the Macri coalition was a kind of closet liberals that they were not able to openly defend liberal. And to conclude, I think that this liberal discourse and the libertarian discourse is finding echo in some popular sectors. There is some kind of a moral economy of informal sector, of a precariat of informal workers against a status quo that is perceived that only benefits the politicians or protect business or formal workers. And therefore, I think we're witnessing the emergence of some kind of grassroots rights of people that are not the unemployed, that was the main constituency of Kirchnerismo, but that they are employed by poor and are mostly employed in the informal economy. And actually, this group, since 2012, the growth of informal employment was largely the most fundamental growth in the economy. If between 2003 and 2012, the growth of the formal sector was relevant, since 2012, the most relevant growth is this informal sector. And therefore, this speaks also some kind of divorce of the a more fragmented social structure, a more fragmented popular structure, and some sectors of these popular sectors are divorcing from Peronism. And therefore, we might see the rise within of some sort of grassroots liberalism or libertarianism that I think find in Milei and Milei discourse and an appealing solution to what they perceive is their present economic situation. Well, sorry if I took too much time. I have an
29 minutes.
Okay. I have originally prepared a paper on populism and democratic accountability, but I thought it was more interesting to focus on this on Milei. But I'm willing to take it.
How can I get to the email here?
Oh, let me take.
It's up to you. You can take. Present here something that is still ongoing. It's an ongoing research. I'm writing a large piece on what.
You want to present there or?
I'll be all over the place.
Okay.
No, just because.
I'm kidding. I'll be. Research on this for some time now. And well, the title was this thing called Bolsonarism, Reflections on a Fleeting Object. It's obviously the way we think of Bolsonarism, and it starts with a reflection about how it relates to populism, which is something that I actually already published a couple of papers on. So let me show you the context of discovery, as Karl Popper used to say. So how did I get into this? So, I was invited to participate in an international research project on populism that was coordinated from Germany. And we had teams from Brazil, Ukraine, and India. So the idea is like populism in the third world or something like that. That was the epistemological conception behind it. So, in order to start working in this project, I had to face the literature on populism, which is vast nowadays, right? And also spend several hours discussing, the project with my colleagues, German colleagues, Indian, Ukrainian, and Brazilian too. And, I started to become a little bit uncomfortable about the way they saw populism. It seemed to me that many people with whom I talked, and also many authors that I read, seemed to assume that populism was something affecting the world that existed. And they only wanted to describe it according to the conceptualizations that were in the literature. So they were already convinced from the outset that these cases they were analyzing were populism. So on top of that, I also noticed that when you look to the concept, the theory of populism, there's a lot of disagreement about it. And not only disagreement that you can interpret from the text, but the same authors, the main authors of the literature, start their pieces saying there's no concept of populism that is, coherent or there's consensual, right? So the main paradox I saw here is that how do these guys know it's populism if they don't even agree what populism is? You know what I'm saying? It's a little paradoxical, right? So, and of course, then I was called to participate and collaborate with the project by writing, an analysis of Bolsonaro. I was the Brazilian, right? Analyzing the case of Bolsonaro. And I found out quickly that Bolsonaro is called populism by a populist politician by academics, many of them, Canvasa, Ubinati, and Rosenthal, and many others, and also by journalists, international journalism, and also international academics, and Brazilian too, right? So, for example, statements about the lack of clarity and cohesion of the concept of populism. You can find, for example, in Mudde and Canvasa, populism, an essentially contested concept, a perfect example of conceptual confusion. Canavan, one of the founders of the literature on populism. There are people much older than her, but anyways. She concludes that populism cannot be reduced to a single core of the concept. Urbinati starts with her text of one of her essays on populism. Populism is the name of a global phenomenon whose definitional precariousness is proverbial. There are so many others. So, and what about the concept? But I found out too that there was some sort of a disclaimer, a rhetorical trope of disclaiming. Because right after the authors say, it's really hard, nobody agrees upon it, they provide their own versions of what populism consists of. Urbinati, for example, a rich body of social historical analysis allows us to situate populism within the global phenomenon called democracy, as its ideological core is nourished by the two main entities, the nation and the people. Okay? Here it is. Mudde and Canvasa, a thin-centered ideology that considers society to be ultimately separated into two homogeneous and antagonistic camps, the pure people versus the corrupt elite, and which argues that politics should be the expression of the volonté générale, the general will of the people. So there's a definition, very similar as you can see, right? People versus elite at the core of the concept. Laclau, in this context, the populist is a political project that appropriates the idea of the people as its chief discursive point of reference in the contest between two opposing solutions. Again, this idea on and on repeated by authors that this opposition between people and elite is fundamental to the concept of populism, to identifying populism in nature, so to speak. What did I do? One of the things I did was to run an analysis, similarity analysis actually, based on the text of Bolsonaro's 2018 election platform. So I took that test and we ran this analysis that basically plots out on a graph, the centrality of the terms used in the whole text. So as you can see, people is right over here, very marginal to the whole thing. Corruption's at the core. And Brazil is at the core because Brazil is used a lot regarding everything. So it doesn't make much of it's not very meaningful to have Brazil here. And I know, I analyzed the text and saw it wasn't about a Brazilian identity, nothing like that. So as you can see, where is the people? Elite is not even here. No identifiable elite over here. General will, nothing similar to that too in the text, in the analysis. Corruption central, as I said. This text, the platform, the political platform, which is a mandatory thing. All politicians in Brazil who run for president have to deposit in the Superior Court a version, a text of their platform, right? But Bolsonaro's is a puny little text and it has like 47 slides, has 5 times less text than Haddad's, his competitor, platform. So it's horrible. So in order to confirm my previous analysis, I also analyzed all the posts Bolsonaro's official accounts published on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube the first 6 months of his government, right? So we located 2,339 posts. Only 51 times the word people appeared. And in most of them, very en passant, very thinly, with a very almost no significance, no thick meaning attached to it. So, basically, I've just found out that Bolsonaro doesn't fit exactly what the definitions of the main definition, the core definition of populism, right? So the realization that the concept of populism would be of little help in investigating Bolsonarism led me to the broader conclusion that these overarching abstract concepts, such as populism, fascism, totalitarianism, are not very useful for understanding particular phenomena because they force the investigator to explain all the details in the case that do not fit the general theory. So you lose a lot of time trying to show that this is populism this way, not that way, instead of really analyzing things using simpler descriptive concepts. That's my point. Okay. Then I decided to study Bolsonarism. And so what did I do? First, Carolina de Paula and I, we ran this research project. We ran like 24 focus groups in 8 capitals in Brazil and interviewing groups of Bolsonaristas. They all voted for Bolsonaro in 2018. Some groups had regretted their vote and some groups still supported him in mid-2021. So we did this research first, which will be incorporated in the larger piece I'm writing now. And we currently run focus groups on WhatsApp, continuous focus groups on WhatsApp, with groups of Bolsonaristas, radical Bolsonaristas and moderate Bolsonaristas. So we're doing some research, actual research, and getting some actual data about how these people think. And then, because I'm an academic, and academics have to actually talk to the literature, right? So you have to read the literature. It's not only analyzing data, producing data, and writing reports on data. Unfortunately, we have to pay this homage to anybody, or most of the people, some people who wrote on the topic. So I reviewed the literature on Bolsonarism in Brazil, right, too. I'm in the process of doing that, but I've done a lot already. So I brought to you some of my findings about this. So I classified the literature in 4 different groups. I'm going to stick to the 3 first ones over here. Bolsonarism as discourse, Bolsonarism as a sociological phenomenon, and Bolsonarism as a phenomenon of public opinion. And then there's a communicational arrangement too, but I'm not gonna get there. How much time I have, please?
10 minutes. It's
Oh,
more
that's
than
good.
10 minutes.
Oh, cool. So Bolsonarism as discourse. This one is populated with works that often utilize, the idea that Bolsonarism is populism. They assume it from the outset, right? This is probably because the main approaches to the study of populism are also discursive centered, right? That's something that, I'm not gonna have time to enter into detail now, but I think there is a shift in the general literature towards, explanations of populism that are focused on discourse, that understand populism as a political phenomenon that happens through discourse, or sometimes through ideology, which is another way of saying discourse. The number of Brazilian particular authors who automatically do that, right? Analyze Bolsonaro as a case of discourse populism. It's vast, it's pretty big. And I think that Brazilians have the additional problem of not many of them not taking into account the criticism that Angela Castro Gomes and Jorge Ferreira wrote about the history of the concept of populism in Brazil and in Brazilian academia, which is, some brilliant pieces, and they really show the problems with this conceptualization and the way also it migrated from social science to political discourse. It was used in political discourse against trabalhismo, okay? So, but I don't see many people writing about that anymore. Anywho, the number of people who write of Bolsonarismo or analyze Bolsonarismo as a discourse or a bunch of discourse as a discursive or rhetoric, sometimes another term that is used. It's a legion. Nunes, Batista, Halper, Orlandini, Augustin, Amaral, Starling, Lago, Binotto, Mendonça, Caetano. The list is really big. Even one of the most productive authors of the sociological approach, Esther Solano, also has some texts in which she describes Bolsonarism as a bunch of discourse, as a discursive phenomenon. Bolsonarism was a sociological phenomenon. This one is pretty big too, right? They usually equate Bolsonarism to a social movement and treat it as such, or reduce it to a social movement, right? For example, Oswaldo Amaral and Mariana Chaguri. The cohesion of the Bolsonarist group revolves around an authoritarian activism that converges towards the state, becoming an active element in the modulation of different repertoires of political action, social struggle, we see all vocabulary related to social movements, right? And ways of reading, narrating, and interpreting the country. This has to be with discourse. So there's a connection here with discourse, but social movement come ontologically first. There are other approaches that I also classify as social movement or sociological, like Rosana Pinheiro Machado. She, in the text, she says that Bolsonarism, she sees Bolsonarism as a product of the new conservative subjectivity in Brazil. So this is more like sociology with social psychology, right? Isabella Calil, for example, describes Bolsonarism as a set of social identities, right? 16, according to her. And I think that the most productive authors in this literature is Esther Solano, Camila Rocha, and Jonas Medeiros. They also have the conception of Bolsonarism as a social movement that is focused on rolling back the backlash, right? The gains, right? The conquest of democratization, of the democratization period in Brazil process, right? So, because according to them, democratization in Brazil was also led by social movements. It was the actions of workers, women, and Black, Indigenous, and LGBT Brazilians, among other groups, that blocked the bourgeois autocracy and the culture industry from controlling the country's redemocratization in the 70s and 80s. And Bolsonarismo too. How did they do it? Through the internet. By using the internet, this new movement formed of counter-publics was trying to do that. Still is there. But I think that one of the problems is that the explanation doesn't describe how the social movement actually works. You know, besides saying that it operates through social media. And my question is how the social movement was able to produce this much wider opinion phenomenon that is Bolsonaro's vote in 2018 and 2022, 2018 and 2022. How can you reduce one thing to the other? I mean, we're not talking about 50 million militants, Bolsonaro militants, right? They not only do not describe the movement itself in terms of resources and organizational apparatus, they also assume that one and the other thing are the same. That's for me is a major problem. And then there's Bolsonarism as a public opinion phenomenon, and which is populated by works on political behavior, most precisely on electoral behavior, right? For example, they usually use regression multivariate models and apply that to survey microdata and try to sort out, identify the most relevant variables that interact with a preference for Bolsonaro. So we have some examples here. I actually forgot one of the works that also does that. Some of the works that they also do that. Jairo Nicolau, for example, one of the first ones, he uses basically social demographic variables. Oswaldo Amaral, social demographic plus ideological self-identification. Lúcio Renault, social demographic as control variables, ideological self-identification, values and policy preferences too. So, you know, there's a growth in terms of the complexity of the way it is described. I tend to, I think my explanation shares with this conception a lot of elements, but I think that still it falls short of explaining why Bolsonaristas make these options, have these preferences. More specifically, how the communication aspect of they being formed of these values, of the narratives that compose Bolsonarism, of the rhetoric. Because it's not something that they acquired in the past and they're replicating now. They're continuously fed the narratives, right? The facts, the misinformation, and this kind of approach cannot actually identify that. It's not prepared to do that. And on top of that, you find also in some of the authors, the idea that, no, we're doing that because we have to, they intend to construe the coherence of Bolsonarism, and even in discursive terms. And if there's an ideology that we're not seeing yet, but through this kind of analysis, we will be able to sort it out and synthesize, which I think is ultimately wrong. So working hypotheses, just to finish my presentation, I'm not going to present anything very positive here. It's just criticism, because it's just part of the, it's part of the book.
I was expecting that.
Well, I already presented the results of the research, the first research, the qualitative research, but I cannot do both at the same time here. It would take me like 1 hour. Anywho, I think that, and the main hypothesis I'm running after is that Bolsonarism is better understood as a public opinion phenomenon, like the third brand of the literature wants, but produced by its own communicative sphere or apparatus. I think one has to do the connection between, right, the opinion phenomenon and the way people get this opinion. The crux, I think, is communication here. So I'm not saying that Bolsonarism does not adhere to different discourses, not at all, please. and that those discourses are entirely disconnected. I'm not saying that either. I'm arguing that as a public opinion phenomenon, it cannot be reduced to a bundle of discourses, as if discourses in themselves had efficacies, without the communicative apparatus that transmits them, the media, if you want to call it. Media in the sense, in the Latin sense of plural of medium, right? I'm not denying that there are social movements and social groups connected with this opinion phenomenon, actively or passively. I'm arguing that the support for Bolsonaro cannot be equated or reduced to these groups or movements. So I want to be clear about these things. I'm not denying that there's a stronger correlation between support for Bolsonaro and certain socioeconomic categories, male, white, Southeastern, evangelical, and moral values, anti-gay, anti-abortion, anti-gender, etc. And ideological dispositions to conservative right-wing, but I'm arguing that we should go further and try to identify how these social strata connect to Bolsonarism in terms of communication. How they're fed this stuff. Okay. I'm, in fact, in agreement with those who consider Bolsonarism as a communicative scheme. I said that too. And as a final clarification, I want to say that most of this literature concentrates on explaining the phenomena of Bolsonaro's election in 2018. And I've been studying Bolsonaro throughout his presidency. So, you know, that's my aim, is to go beyond that electoral context. Thank you.
Well, I am not a political scientist, I am a political theorist, and so I will ask you a question as political theorist. I spent my weekend reading Peruzzotti and Feres on the subjects of populism and democracy. I didn't
sorry about it.
read about Lille. I only read upon your previous subject, that was populism and its notion of democratic accountability. So, Peruzzotti, thank you for your excellent presentation. In different articles and chapters, if I understood your work correctly, you presented an interpretation of populism as movement that attains the position of elected government, populism as government, and in some cases, populism as government takes advantage of this position to implement institutional changes. When this happens, counter-majoritarian mechanisms are at stake, and populist governments could potentially transform liberal regimes into populist regimes. I believe that a liberal democracy, by its checks and balances and veto points, promotes a pluralistic distribution of power not only at the institutional level, but also at the social level. In other words, analytically, we can distinguish between the distribution of power among the states and political institutions, on the one hand, and the distribution of power among social groups on the other. Considering what I just have said and drawing upon your framework, that is populism as movement, populism as government, and populism as regime, we can imagine that the construction of a populist regime affects society in a way that potentially diminishes the pluralistic distribution of power among social groups, and not only among political institutions and institutions of civil society. Of course, that's my interpretation of what can be derived from your work. If this interpretation of your approach is correct, I'd be curious to learn how you understand power. Could you please elaborate on the conception of power underlying your understanding of the social risks of populist regimes? One last thing, perhaps unimportant. I know that populist regimes are a possibility posed by the developments of populist governments. They are not a reality. We are, for the moment, thinking about the meaning of populist regimes by understanding them as a potentiality. Yes. So, João, it's always a pleasure to listen and learn from you. I will elaborate a little silly question for you. Engaging with your work, I agree with your theorization of why Bolsonaro is not a typical populist, which involves the idea that the people are not at the center of his political discourse. However, putting your empirical findings on Bolsonaro and Bolsonarism in dialogue with theories of populism, I would like to hear more on the possibility of the empty signifier people being sought as an empty signifier of us, opposed antagonistically to others. In fact, you show that Bolsonaro talks more about his anti-petism, anti-leftism, and about the identification of leftism and petism with corruption than about we, the people. But by identifying his enemy, his other, isn't he defining a we that as an empty signifier can be analogous to the people as an empty signifier? So those are my questions, and we have time for questions from the audience too. So
what about if we answer first your questions and then pass it to the audience?
Okay. So I will.
Would that be all right?
Avritzer.
Okay. So thank you very much for your question. And yeah, I think it's an interesting take. I distinguish populism as different moments of populism, and populism as a movement, populism as a strategy to access power, and populism as a power exercise, as a logic of power exercise. And for me, the more troublesome element of populism is this last one. I'm not so concerned about populist movements or even populist strategies of power to access power. But when this logic, antagonistic logic, becomes a governmental exercise that seeks to dismantle certain elements of liberal democracy, so engage in process of institutional change. And therefore, yeah, it supposes what I call a process of a hybridization of a liberal democratic regime. And I compare the process of hybridization with the process of hybridization that Levitskian way describes within the world of authoritarian regimes. No, the competitive authoritarianism entails process of hybridization of authoritarian regimes from closed to more open types of authoritarian regimes without leaving the world of authoritarianism. Well, populism engages in a similar process of hybridization, but without leaving the world of democracy. So they engage in the hybridization of liberal democracy, but they cannot fully complete the process of hybridization without becoming something else, a dictatorship. If these processes of hybridization are completely successful, they lose the sources of legitimacy that are democratic in the case of populism. So yeah, if they are successful, that they very rarely they are. They usually, since this process of democratization takes place within a democratic structure, there are a lot of institutional and non-institutional tools to block this process of democratization. So I think that what you propose is whether this a process of similar tendencies within society, and I think I just have to think about it, but I think it's possible to think it into that way. But also, usually populism, and we were in a panel recently at IPSA, and a colleague was arguing that populism many times is related to the construction of a new social actor. So in a way, populist politics has this double nature of being exclusionary on the one hand, but on the other side of opening new venues of inclusion. So it's a process of expansion of of citizenship expansion that, unlike the liberal model that is processed through a logic of universalism, the populist logic operates of, well, in order to include, we need to block some process. So I would argue that also is some kind of a gray zone at the social level, in the sense that, well, usually populism eventually leads to the incorporation of new actors and the legitimation of new social groups, sometimes, by limiting the rights of others. So I would say, yes, it limits pluralism, but simultaneously expands and gives voice to previously marginalized actors. So it's a great concept, populism. It's not the black and white scenario of authoritarianism and democracy, but it operates into this great area. So there is some democratization dynamics, and at the same time there's some autocratization dynamic. But it cannot be fully democratic nor fully authoritarian without, ceasing to exist as populism. Yeah. But I have to think some more about it, because I think it's a good question. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I'm happy that you asked that question, because, I'll have the chance to bash the concept of the notion of empty signifier or criticize it, because I think it's a bunch of fraud. At least people understand it. Because, I have a position that is historicist. Let me explain what I understand from that. I think that the position that Laclau takes when he looks at the concept and says, oh no, it's a floating signifier, empty signifier, he is taking the position of linguists. I think that Derrida does that too, and some other post-structuralists. The linguist is here, and he sees the way the concepts are used in society. And of course, then he looks at a vast variety of things, and meaning never closes. So, the difference and all that stuff. This is a very linguistic way of seeing, looking at linguistic production without investigating each one of the contexts. I'm a historicist. I prefer to follow Kozelek or Quentin Skinner, if you want. People who actually, they also take, both of them, Derrida and Kozelek and Skinner, take, this hint, I think, from Nietzsche, who in the phenomenology of morals say that, we shouldn't look for the meaning of concepts in its origins. We should look at, the way the current generation throws its energies in defining different concepts. This idea that, concepts become weapons of conflict, politics, right? And I think that every time someone uses a concept like people or nation, particular nation of Czechoslovakia or whatever, there's always a context, there's always meaning there. People understand it because there is meaning. Of course, that might change depending on the concept. If the context changes, right, or different groups of people use it, they might give it a different meaning. And that happens all the time. Just look at the different conceptions of democracy we have nowadays, right? So, so I think that this idea that there's an empty signifier, that doesn't mean anything. So in translating into the research I did, I think that if there was another concept, another idea that replaced people like Brazilians or even Christians in a consistent manner in the subject and the material I analyzed, I would have proposed that would be a fair replacement for people. I just didn't find it. The same applies for elite. And here I have to agree with Cas that in the case of Bolsonaro, it seems to me that anti-communism, anti-PT is much more similar to anti-communism than to anti-elite. Because PT can hardly be described as an elite. Even Lula can hardly be described as an elite leader. Of course, there's also the anti-political system that professional politics is an elite. You can't have this kind of reading, but that's also not plentiful in these passages I analyzed. And I think that just to close this answer, that I think that Bolsonaro actually acquired some characteristics more like the way the authors describe populism later in his career or during his presidency. He did more of that. Even the idea of patriotas that was used a lot during the 2022 election, right? You can argue that that's probable replacement for people, right? And I think that it's arguably it's an argument that one can do, but in that particular context of the 2018 election, no.
Thank you. So, Avritzer.
Well, I have one question for João. I agree that Bolsonaro is clearly not a typical populist leader for many reasons. He's a right-wing leader in the way, and the most successful right-wing leader in Brazil's history, because Brazilian history is of short-lived right-wing experiences.
An extreme right too.
Jânio Quadros, Collor, they did not serve. But Bolsonaro, why he was so successful? Because he placed together 4 groups that were right-wing groups, but they could not talk one to another. Yeah, the financial markets, the military, the religious conservative people, and these conservative people that were not religious but exist in the interior of Brazil and post-14. I think that looking for people and elites is not, you won't find, the place where you will find interesting answers about what Bolsonarismo is if you look for his anti-politics and the public policy that he was dismantling in exactly during the same period that you did your research. So, for instance, he was dismantling environmental policies across the board, shutting up parts of Ibama, dismissing the manager of INPE because he was producing on-time views about fire in the Amazon, or public universities, or education. These were the places. So I think that where you find what Bolsonaro is once you look into the policies that he wanted to dismantle, not because these were elite policies, but most likely because they were left-leaning policies or liberal policies. So I really think that there is a replacement in the sense that anti-politics is the key issue for Bolsonarismo, and from his third year on, anti-politics became the Brazilian Supreme Court. Then he really concentrated his attack on it, and you can see his discourses. I think that considering Bolsonarismo's discourse is wrong, but as a sociological phenomenon and a public opinion movement, it's not wrong. And most likely you're going to find in between the two, it's where you can really define Bolsonarismo as what it really is. Discourse not because, well, Bolsonaro, even the images of Bolsonarismo are better than the discourse. The falsified Palmeiras t-shirt, or Bolsonaro seated in the curb eating with his hands, very bad piece of chicken is better than discourse. So images, even because his constituency is not about discourse, it's about image, a few policies that he wants to disassemble, and these guys, they really believe that if human rights, for instance, did not exist in Brazil, they would be better off, or if environmental policy did not exist, they would be better off. So it's a good first step, in my view, the work you've done, but you need to come with something positive.
Oh, you see, the outcome.
Because this is what really matters in the debate.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
Sintomer?
Yeah, I have two questions. The first one is for Enrique. In your explanation of the phenomena, you do not mention neither, say, the church or radical evangelist church, nor the cultural struggle. It's because it doesn't matter. Or does it? And if it doesn't, why is it different from, say, Chile or Brazil or the US? And for João, I mean, I think you have an ambiguity in your last two slides. On the one hand, you say, well, discourse is not enough. Social movement is not enough. Structural explanations are not enough. One could have public policies are not enough. You have to add something, which is a communicative enterprise. And I think this is convincing. But the other discourse you have is that the most important, the central point is a communicative construction. And then you go towards a radical constructivist perspective, and I have strong doubts about it. In the first explanation, it's, say, a moderate constructivism. The second possibility is a radical constructivism. And so what is your position? A really radical constructivism or not? And a remark, at some point you said, well, general categories like populism are not interesting because if you want to understand Bolsonarism, it's not very useful. But to some extent, you make the demonstration that it is useful if you take seriously the case study. Because
I'm sorry?
If you take seriously the case study, it's quite interesting. One of the most exciting things I take from your explanation is that whatever the definition of populism, Bolsonarism is not a populism. But then you use some kind of ideal type and you show that the case is not fitting with the concepts, but another case could fit with the concept. You could say that Perón fits with the concept. So when you compare, yes, but then if you focus on one particular phenomena, you can get rid of.
Let me just answer this one at the spot. I'm not arguing that there are other cases in other countries that I'm not even studying that cannot fit the concept, please.
No, but at some point you said it's not useful to have general concepts.
Okay, no, I got it. Yeah.
Mute.
Okay, so for Enrique, I was wondering whether you could speculate why someone like Milei, who ideologically seems not particularly connected to Cas or Bolsonaro, nevertheless is identified as similar and kind of is himself. He's spoken positively about Trump as well. And I think isn't that really doesn't that give a better insight into his success? Like his public image is not necessarily as the libertarian, but as the rebel rouser.
Yeah,
The person because, and so is that something like, if you can place that? And also, he doesn't seem to have a particularly successful political party, right? And so is the chance big that when he comes to power, he will face similar thing as various other outsider presidents, that they're kind of isolated in the presidency? And do you think that that will radicalize it? Because that often leads to kind of an anti-institutional response. With regard to Joe, I don't particularly care about whether people like populism or not. I just generally think that the critique on populism is completely out of bounds. Like, democracy is defined in far more broader terms and different terms. Power, parties, like almost every key concept of political science is deeply contested. I think that's not the point, and to a certain extent you made it by giving three very different definitions, which were actually pretty close. They all focused on the same thing. But I think in your analysis, you conflate.
You mean discursive, social movement, those?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all about the people with power. But you conflate definition and explanation. Like, you have a lot of critique of approaches that try to define something, and then you say, well, but they don't explain it, but they don't try to. And so in the end, you actually go back to pretty much one of those approaches and then use that to explain it. But these authors might also do that, right? And so, and in the end, I still don't know what Bolsonarismo is, because the only thing that you've said is that it's a genus. Like, you have defined the genus. It's a type of public opinion, right? But what type? Right? Because there are a lot of public opinions. What makes Bolsonarismo different from other public opinions?
Okay, we will have 3 questions and then 4 questions to be easier to Enrique and João.
Disclaimer, I had a question for Enrique that I forgot to ask it. Still on good time?
Too late. No. Go ahead. You can ask.
May I?
Yeah.
No, it's just very short, but we polled with the same questions both in Brazil and Argentina. And one of the main differences between Brazil and Argentina is Brazilians and Argentinians hate their political institutions. And this in Argentina increased year by year since we've been polling in 2021, 2022. But Argentinians did not hate their democracy. So Brazilians connected hating institutions with hating democracy, but the Argentinians did not. Is Milei going to change that?
Okay. Okay, well, thanks. I will try to be brief. Regarding Milei, it's still a mystery in the sense of that is someone relatively unknown. He was became known as a funny character in TV shows, in cable, that he would talk about Austrian economics in a very abstract ways, etc., with a funny hairdo. He was very upset, and I think this fact that he's upset is kind of what is attractive to his figure, because, you know, there are very objective reasons for the electorate to be upset. This is a democracy that has not been able to provide a lasting solution to the recurrent crisis of the Argentine economy, and that, you know, every decade we are doing worse in terms of socio-economic indicators, etc. So there is this element of you could say retrospective voting, in the sense that the electorate perceives that neither of the two coalitions that reinvented the political system were able to solve the issue of inflation, to address the question of poverty, to address the question of poor job creation, etc. So there is this element of anger, and you can say, well, an important component of this is that he's angry, he's screaming, and he's screaming at both equally in the sense. And why I say that? Because there is not so far this conservative church or Catholic element that is so predominant in his discourse. He made some controversial arguments regarding, I don't know, that you could sell your organs in a free market, but no, it's always a very professorial, abstract example of you can carry guns, etc. But it's always from this economical or abstract professorial type of. Now he chose, and this is as for the ticket as vice president, someone that is related to the military. She's the daughter of a military, and she has been arguing for the need to address the rights of those that were victims of political violence from the left, and of those militaries that were not properly recognized, etc. So now there is this element in the ticket that you can open up a whole conservative agenda, no? So it's there, but it has not been the predominant discourse so far. And the other element of Milei is there is some kind of a subterranean consensus on that what has been tried, and fundamentally since the crisis of 2001, the Kirchner had to recreate as a response of the failure of the market reforms of Menem to restate, the classic Peronist model of import substitution, protectionism, etc. And I think this is already in crisis. And so there is a shifting of certain sectors of the electorate towards a more liberal or market-oriented solution to the, crisis of Argentina. So you could say, well, there's part of the electorate that is punishing for the performance. There are some sectors of the electorate that may be prospectively oriented towards what we're seeing in liberalism or libertarianism or market economics, a way out of the crisis. No? And this indicates a certain shifting of the cultural shift in Argentina, because in the sense that liberalism was not prominent in neither of the two historical parties, the radicals and the Peronists. They both share, one could say, national popular matrix, and there was a first step in Alfonsín that introduced a liberal discourse, but it was political liberalism and the question of rule of law, etc. And I think now there is Macri initially, but also in a shy way, introduce the question of economic liberalism. So as we see the creation of a rightist parties, pro-liberal economics, and I think there's some shift in this direction. Sectors of the electorate are not shy on supporting a liberal economic program. So far, this is how I see it. But that doesn't mean that eventually the church or Catholic or more conservative groups can profit from this eruption of Milei. And regarding to Leo, in the polls we were doing is a high degree of dissatisfaction with democracy. That is the performance of democratic institutions, but they are still a democracy that relies on an important symbolic capital. It was a democracy that, and I was writing a paper for the 40 years of democratic life, and has been very common in Argentina to refer that to Argentine democracy merely as a resilient democracy. No? Well, if there is something to be said positively about Argentina, is that well, the democracy that was able to support and endure dramatic crisis without, breaking down. And I was arguing that that's kind of unfair because at the same time, this democratic period led to great advances in the area of rights, of democratization of the life work, on the subordination of the military to civilian forces. So it's a whole set of issues that are in Argentina, they were out of the question and that are present still in other democracies. So, there were some important accomplishments. And I think that in a certain way, there is still a sense that there was certain consensus on the importance of human rights, of rule of law, etc., that despite all the economic failures, make democracy valuable. Now, going to the question whether this consensus is eroding or breaking down, yeah, this could be, we're crossing a threshold, as Cas was saying, we're moving from mainstream right to a more radical right, and now there is an opening for more dramatic economic discourses, but also maybe some anti-democratic discourses, etc. So it remains to be seen. And again, as I always say, this phenomena becomes relevant once they assume power. We can say, well, maybe Milei uses this discourse, and then once it assumes powers, it becomes mainstream. And the last point, he doesn't have a party, and that's, I think, a problem. I think that more than a problem of authoritarianism or power concentration, if he assumes we are going to have a problem of political fragmentation and governability and return to a pattern of presidential instability. I don't think unless he establish an alliance with Massa or with Juntos por el Cambio and they take over, well, I don't think he will be able to last for too long without an impeachment or some kind of... So I think we're moving more... We were isolated with a scenario of political volatility and fragmentation of other societies, and we might be moving now into that direction. Thank you.
Okay, let me try to go fast here. Now, first, you forgot to say that Bolsonaro also doesn't have a party, right? He has PL now, but he actually didn't want to found one. He failed at that, and I think he failed mostly because he didn't want to. So it's interesting, compared to other places in Europe, you have a populist parties, right? Bolsonaro systematically refused to actually get a Bolsonarist party in a sense, right? But also, I think that the way you talked about what I said, it seems that you understood that I was trying to say to analyze what Bolsonaro did. I wasn't trying to do that. He did a lot of stuff, tried to destroy many public policies.
It's not that.
I'm not saying, but my objective of analysis is not what Bolsonaro is. What is Bolsonarism? This opinion phenomenon, electoral phenomenon, if you want. So, Bolsonaro did a lot of stuff, and I think that not all of that is well known, even by the Bolsonaristas. So what he did actually is something a little bit beyond the purview of my investigation, I think. And your reference to image as discourse, probably comes from Fabrino's work. I don't know if you know, but he has an article in which he argues that Bolsonaro is an image populist who tries to analyze the way Bolsonaro presents himself and interprets the language as being populist. And I think that language interpreted as meaning is language too. Image interpreted as meaning is language too. So I think, I actually, didn't mention him, but he's within the discursive approach, I think. Why this criticism? Because at the end of the day, he supposes that there is a cohesion There is a coherence in Bolsonaro's communication that can be grasped and synthesized in a, theorized. So, and I disagree with that. I think there are many different discourses and rhetorics within Bolsonarism, and they don't have to come together and form a unity. Yves, you told me if I'm a radical, moderate constructivist, right? And I don't want to delve exactly into that. I don't know exactly what you meant by that. I'm indeed, concerned with the matter of communication and of bringing the problem of communication to social science, political science analysis, something that is very poorly done in Brazil and elsewhere too, I think. Because I think many people who does this kind of reading of Bolsonaro, for example, this literature, Brazilian literature, they simply assume that society, political society, is a perfect information system. That the people know exactly, corruption. Corruption is a big problem in Brazil. So people were anti-PT because of the corruption scandals. But that's not something natural. No, the regular Joe doesn't know anything about corruption. He's informed about that, right? And that's construed as a discourse which actually place PT and Lula at the core of the corruption scandals. That's not something that people just acquire freely and naturally from walking in the street, right? The same thing with Bolsonarismo. The Bolsonaristas don't acquire the narratives they have, and they have them very ready. I mean, something happens, they already are fed with misinformation or narratives that are like favorable to Bolsonaro. Amazing. So they don't get that from thin air. Something is happening here. There's a communication system set up, right? And I think that has to be investigated and integrated into the analysis. So the usefulness of general concepts, what I try to say, I mean, really, I don't want to spend like 30 pages trying to justify why, he's not a fascist, although I did that. But eventually I came out of it and said, look, what's the use of doing this whole exercise? Because, I think there are much more, descriptive concepts like, right, extreme right, if you want, left, extreme left. We can't, these concepts are more reasonable. You don't have to go, on and on about these things. They're relational. You can, of course that it's impossible to speak without having some sophistication in the meanings of the terms we use to analyze phenomena, right? Just assuming a very crude notion of representative notion of language, but we don't have to get into that. But I think that's the way to do it. To simplify, not to, adhere and spend too much time trying to, modernity, for example, or, these big concepts that at the end, like, cause more trouble than bring you, that help you actually produce useful information or interesting information. I don't know. Cas, you told me that I conflate definition with explanation. Good one. Actually, I focused on the definitions they gave to Bolsonarism because I was looking into that. So I didn't speak much about the explanations they provided. But the explanations they provide, and I can't go into detail now, but I can name some of them to you now, is that, Bolsonarism is a product of the inner logic of the internet, or the essential, the domination of the social media nowadays. So without going into any, detail about that, it's very generic, and usually, right? Or that Bolsonarism is like a product of the corruption scandals of PT, that actually devalued politics, or actually is a product of the crisis of the developmentalist model of Dilma and Lula, like a backlash or some revision, some radical revision of that, and or sometimes going through sociological explanations of how people got jobs, became very informal and blah 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 blah. There are explanations too. And I think they're pretty bad too. I didn't get into that, but of course that's part of the analysis. And you said that what makes Bolsonarism different from other types, right? I'm trying to actually, show, where can we speak about Bolsonarism with a certain coherence, where it closes, where it can, and I don't think, as I showed or argued at least, right? It's not as it's being approached by the literature. I think you have to add communication, the channels of communication of Bolsonarism, that, he does not actually communicate with this basis solely using social media. There were major media, traditional media, TVs, newspapers, radios, that, not all, the whole Brazilian population is connected to use the internet to obtain political information. It's a part of it. So it's much more complex than people try to make us believe, or at least that the analysis produced so far. So that's basically what I try to show. Well, I'm trying to show.
I'll try to be very quick for Professor Peruzzotti. To what extent did support for Milei penetrate the piqueteros? And more importantly, how is the organized workers in Argentina, their dissatisfaction towards Peronismo, how relevant was that for the Paso? And grasping on that military agenda that emerged, is that any hint at a possible Frente Amplio, so to speak? Is that even possible? To Professor Feres, I remember you saying it's not about content. Bolsonarismo is not about the content, and it's clearer now. But I still want to.
Do you remember the presentations were all about this discourse?
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to figure out, it's like the Sphinx, right? Trying to figure out what's the discourse, the final synthesis.
What were the messages? I think that was the key. But now I have a better idea of your proposition. But I still think, I wonder if you could explain whether you have any idea of how the communication mechanisms work, because just by impression, it seems that there are rhetorical strategies that are quite well known, even to populism, like the constant war dynamics, the us versus them. It's like rhetorical strategies that are kind of manjadas. So, yeah, thank you very much.
First, I would like to thank Yves, Cas, Enrique, João, for very beautiful debates. João, I love everything you said. I agree with those, with your answer.
Thanks so much.
Really, it was nice music to play, because I waste a lot of time and energy to say that Bolsonaro is not a populist. And the qualified Bolsonaro populism leads to misunderstanding the situation. And thank you very much for that. I would add that when you use people in this discourse, generally it's Brazilian people, that is the same as Brazil. It's not critiquing Brazil, and it's really, it doesn't, people is not a notion for him, not a reference. And everything you said, I think it's really, really, I see the things exactly like as you say. And you're not saying thing. I would like that it would be what you were saying. I'm sorry because my Portuguese is. I speak an awful English.
Your Portuguese is pretty good. No, it is. I spoke Portuguese to you. Yeah. If you want to ask in Portuguese, go ahead, please.
Obrigada. Eu gostaria que sua posição, sua interpretação do Bolsonaro seja muito mais conhecida, divulgada. Bom, chegando à minha pergunta. First, two questions. Is it how do you see the different, they have different Bolsonarism. The regional dimension is important, I think that Bolsonarism no Rio de Janeiro das milícias é diferente do Bolsonarismo do Acre, por instância, de Santa Catarina, ou do interior de São Paulo, e dos lugares onde o Bolsonaro não ganhou os estados, mas às vezes foi um pouco. Então, esses sociologicamente, como fenômenos, é muito diferente. E minha second question, how to explain Bolsonaro resilience? It's desafia a racionalidade alemã. Ele fracassou em tudo, não tem nada positivo e continua, provavelmente vai mudar, por vezes escândalos, o cerco está se fechando. Mas mesmo assim, é um fenômeno que realmente é desafiador entender a racionalidade da fidelidade, do sucesso do Bolsonaro nas eleições de 2022.
Raul.
Thanks for the presentations. I'm going to make a question to João, and I'm going to stick to the first part, the populism. The first thing is a methodological question, because you cannot just said it somehow, but you cannot just take povo as the empty signifier, because there's Brazilians, patriots, and even in populist analysis or text analysis, you cannot just take one term and say it's not present, then that it's not the concept. And first of all, you maybe should have done a dictionary of the possible terms concerning people. Patriots, Brazilian, but if you want to find people, remember the jingle, the 2022 jingle or the music, Capitão do Povo, which is Captain of the People. You're not in 2022, but if you go there, you find it. But the second point is more analytical and theoretical. That I'm critical of the concept of populism, but not for the same reasons. I think it explains too little, and oftentimes, even when it's well defined, people don't apply it well. So many people use the same concept and apply it to different politicians, ideas, etc. And it explains too little, and it demands a lot of work to make it. But you identify well the main core of the concept, which is elite and the people, and something you didn't say, it's not in the definitions, but it's there somehow. There is this intermediation between the people and the elite. So there's should be no intermediaries between the people and the elite, because there's no neutrality, there's nothing in between the division. That's why the debate on populism is oftentimes related to the debate on polarization. And then you go to the interpretation. Even if Bolsonaro was a populist, we cannot say that Lula is elite. And this is wrong, because you're taking your interpretation of reality and not the Bolsonarista's interpretation of reality. You were saying about, you're talking about Lava Jato, corruption, mensalão. That's an interpretation of Lula as an elite, a part of the elite. He's friends with the corrupt, he's corrupt, he's rich, he has a house, he has a land, a ranch, and then he's part of the elite because of that. But not only because of that. He's part of the what Olavo de Carvalho called the Marxismo cultural, cultural Marxism, which is in the US, the wokenism, which is in Peru, los caviares. So he's part of the political progressist elite that is global, and that is a part of, that is a elite anyhow. So when you say that you don't like the idea of empty signifier, but you have to take political concepts on the context they are utilized in the countries, etc. Because you may not find people, but you may find the 99% as they occupy Wall Street. So I think you discard the populist interpretation too fast without too much strength on this discard on how you discard.
Okay, the last question is from YouTube, Ana Cláudia Lopes. I have a question for João. I understand his challenge on how to better understand Bolsonarism, but I'd say that this is not a matter of what Bolsonarism is, but how to better grasp it. And I am not convinced that the different takes he refuses are to be dismissed. In any case, I wanted to come back to his epistemic critique. João claims that concepts like populism, etc., are only useful for academics, bound to general theories, as he puts it in the epistemic critique. In contrast, one may argue that populism and other categories allow one to bring together different phenomena, and therefore to also contrast them. In a sense, this is what science is also about.
Wow.
How would he react to the objection that refusing this kind of definitional endeavor either only shifts the problem or falls into nominalism? So you have 3 minutes to answer which one.
No, very briefly, there is still not studies on the social distribution of the vote. I have seen one that a consultancy firm did that showed, they measure the price of the square meter of properties in the location where, the voting take place. And what they show is that Milei was equally supported, throughout the rich and poor, while the other ones, the Peronists, of course, had the stronger support on the poor, the Juntos por el Cambio on the upper classes. But yes, it's important in the sense that we're seeing a certain decomposition of what was the Peronist coalition. Peronism emerged as a party of the unions and industrial working class. And the structure of the Argentine society and the Argentine economy has been changing and has been changing for the worse. So we have then the popular sector now is the unions and formal workers are a part, but a small part of that. Then you have the unemployed that are organized, and actually Kirchnerismo eventually cater to the movements of unemployed. And then we have all these informal, more precarious, informal workers that they seem to have, Milei have support in this section. But I think it shows the broader picture that Peronism, as we know it, is shrinking and becoming more problematic to organize that coalition. Regarding the question of the military agenda, and I don't want to open, give them ideas. No, so far it's not a question, the military agenda. I just mentioned this person, but it's not an issue, and therefore there is not an incentive for a Frente Amplio, and it's very unlikely, for the very reason that the Patricia Bullrich, the one that won within the Juntos por el Cambio, it was a hardliner, closer to Milei, and even Macri is closer to Milei than to the moderate candidate of Juntos por el Cambio. So there are more incentives to go with Milei or to establish some kind of agreement with Milei if he wins or not than with Massa.
Okay, can I?
Yes.
So first, the idea of the rhetorical strategies used by Bolsonarism, right? Well, my point is that I want to go beyond semantics, the meanings of what is said, and beyond also the conception of language as strategic rhetoric, and point to the actual communication apparatus that was mobilized by Bolsonarism, and still is to a certain extent. Just to give you a spoiler, I think that the main structure of Bolsonarism during his government was one thing that I called the cabinet of hate, which is based on the executive power, but also in the legislative, right? In the cabinets of deputies, Bolsonarista deputies, and also composed of this, network of influencers and people who communicate with those guys and are exchanging, narratives and material content, basically. So I think there was that, very important. There are the traditional media outlets that were also aligned with Bolsonaro, very important to SBT, Record, CNN to a certain extent, Jovem Pan, many radios across the country, newspapers and stuff. And there are also, we can't forget, the evangelical churches, right? Because the evangelical churches communicate with people when they're in the pulpit, the pastor talking to his flock, but also they control a lot of media, not only TV Record, they control lots of media. So, and including WhatsApp groups for discussing all sorts of things. So I think those are the three pillars of Bolsonaro's communication during his government. And that sustained the support and fed his supporters with all the narratives they reproduced. And going to the idea that how can we talk of Bolsonaro? I think that the different Bolsonarisms, right? You said. Yeah, I think that, of course, you can, it depends where the public that is, you're talking about. For evangelicals, they usually construe it in a certain way. For people, authoritarian people who are more militaristic, they try to, give attention to certain aspects of his personality, not to others. I've noticed in the qualitative research you did that many people who support Bolsonaro are critical to some of his, demeanor, but in the end, they decide that it's still better than and they're very much caught up by this, charismatic thing of element of seeing him as someone who is really sincere, authentic, right? As this methodological thing you just said, I mean, I didn't use only the word people. Of course, that I started with the word people because it's so central to the definition of populism. But not only people. I tried Brazilian, see if Brazilian would replace people, didn't have much of an impact either. And also Christian. Christian could be some, I thought, in the beginning, I thought I would find a lot of stuff. I thought he was actually the typical populist. I was actually surprised not to find it. So, I couldn't find a word that would functionally replace the people. As for Lula as an elite or not, or PT as an elite or not, it's not myself who's saying that. The material also does not describe Lula, the material I analyzed, and I'm saying it's 2018 and 6 months of the content that he published in his social networks. Does not also describe Lula in such a manner. I think, again, as I said before, it's much closer, even cultural Marxism is also much closer to the idea of anti-communism, particularly, than to anti-elitism. Okay? So, yeah. I think that's about it. Oh.
Yeah.
Great.
Good.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Eu li bastante, eu gostei bastante. Eu não sou fã do tema, mas gostei bastante.